Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Oop, in the wrong direction I go. To the TES Sports Conqueror playoffs. We are in this the quarterfinals? Yeah, the quarterfinals. I'm Rap Terror, joined by the awesome Professor Malice and his beautiful, beautiful model. How you doing today, Malice?
Better than good, better than great, and some days better than that. It's always fantastic where I'm at, and delighted to be back on air. It's been a fat minute since I got to cover a Titan game, but here we are, and it's already the quarterfinals for two teams I am not familiar with. So it's all new to me, and that is just, well, that's just exciting.
Yeah, I mean, all four of these groups in the Conquerors League, and we're whittling it down. Now we're at the top 8. Seeing some of the teams, we didn't get to really cover as much ourselves casting this season. So I haven't got to see a lot of these teams too, but I'm pretty excited. I know some of these players have shown up a lot this split, and looking into it, preparing for this game. I saw a lot of interesting stuff. Terps, especially, who was out last week when his team still 3-1'd their opponents, is honestly a monster. Is probably one of the best, if not the best, top laner in Conqueror. We'll just leave that up to debate as we see more cross-conference play. But seeing some of these really strong players, getting the stronger talent as we start whittling our way down on these teams, it's really cool to see. Just some of the cool stuff they've got, and I'm really excited to see what they have in store for us today. Because again, we didn't get to see Terps in the first round of the playoffs. So we're going to get underway with the draft. And I'm hoping we get some really, really cool picks today. Just for anyone not aware, even though we are on the new patch, Yunara still banned, Kled still banned, just because Yunara's releasing Kled's rework coming out just as playoffs started. We don't want that to interfere with anything. And I'm interested to see if any of the teams have made adjustments based on what we saw in the patch notes.
I'm interested to see some of the changes as well. We had a couple reworks, only one buff, and a lot of nerfs on some particularly strong champions like Braum and Rel, who have been staples in the meta. I'm not sure if those are going to be game-defining nerfs, if that's going to take them out of the play pool, but I expect there to be a little bit of a shakeup into the current meta from this patch.
I think so. I think so too. I'm fully expecting us to see the biggest change, honestly, in the support role, with 3 of the tanks nerfed pretty decently. Rel, Alistair, Nautilus. That's kind of, when was it Nautilus? No, it was who was it? Why am I forgetting the third? Braum. All 3 of them got nerfs, so it'll be interesting to see if that shakes things up. If we start seeing more of those enchanters, we have seen a lot of enchanters coming through as bans, popping right straight into them. So we've got our bans underway, and the first pick coming out of TMG, we got a Jinx and a Sivir. Ooh, okay, so we got the carry scaling bot lanes.
Big fan of the Jinx pick here. Jinx has been a staple in competitive league, both in Collegic and at the pro scene for quite some time. Very strong, has a lots of DPS damage output and great scalability. Doesn't take a whole lot to come online either. Sivir tends to be a safer pick, less punishable, but doesn't perform to the same capabilities. A lot safer, a little bit weaker. I wonder if there might have been a different pick there, or perhaps they're going for a weak side bot on this side.
Yeah,
Jax Flex.
Yeah, Jax Flex, the Orianna coming out as well. Ori, always a good, when you don't know what the meta's looking like. I feel like Ori's a pretty safe mid laner. She just brings so much to the table, utility and damage-wise. You can always make her work. And speak of the devil, Syndra, the other counterpart to it. I always feel like Ori and Syndra are kind of like this dual pair in mid lane. If you see one, you're probably going to see the other. And these are some good mid laners to pick up here. As we move on to the second phase of the draft, I'm going to guess that's going to be Jungle Jax. But could be top, like you said, a flex pick to support bans now coming through for both teams.
Fortunately, they have one more ban to come through. Will probably be a ban from, one more pick coming from SET, allowing them to decide where they want to place that Jax. They could hold it. No, they have to decide here. It's been a fat minute since I looked at the draft. I apologize here. I think it might be a top Jax. Could be a jungle. It really depends on what Valenterra will take here. They took it because it's a fantastic delivery system for the Orianna. Now, we do have the Orin here. I don't think Jax performs too terribly, but he doesn't do great there either. Likely gonna pivot that over to the jungle so they get the counter pick. We do see the Cassante, a very strong top laner with a high skill expression, and allowing Jax to be a counter to the Viego.
Yeah, I think that's good too. I feel like Jax does very well into Viego. Viego does have a lot of auto attacking and wants to get close. It's just where Jax wants you. And Cassante, always a pretty good pick. He's one of those standard top laners that you think, most top laners should learn to play, because he's just very, if you can pilot him really well, you're going to be safe in almost every matchup. So I think that's a good pick there for them. The Lulu as well. Lulu, arguably the strongest support right now in the game. Partnered with Jinx, one of the stronger AD carries. It's a match made in heaven, really, and it's a very traditional lane. And that makes me wonder what SCT is going to counter with it. Saving support for the counter pick is a very interesting idea. I wonder what they're thinking. Oh, we flashed, and we're here. Oh, I thought I passed out for a moment, but it's Rel who's going to be the support. Apologies, we have a couple technical hiccups. Don't worry, we're getting through them. Our team is awesome, and they'll get that sorted out. But what do you think of these drafts, Professor Malice?
Man, from a holistic perspective, I think TMG has the stronger composition, but I do think SZT here is looking to play strong side on the bot lane. They do have an engage option from that Rel. Rel has the shield breaker to penalize the Lulu, and they have the damage to make up for it with Fallen on the Viego. If they can shut down that Jinx, prevent it from coming online, the mid and the late game should be free. And I imagine this is their strategy as they put the Orin on the weak side top.
Yeah, so gonna be a weak side top. Looking, honestly, I think for a more aggressive bot lane. I feel like Sivir will bully Jinx a bit better. And Rel, like you said, shield breaker, kind of counters Lulu, so it makes it harder for them to really take anything down there. And I agree. I think both these teams are solid. They're both playing for the late game team fights. I think SZT has indexed a little bit harder into the late game with the Orin and the Sivir and the Syndra. But I think this was a very good start from both these teams, both coming out swinging with big carries, big picks, and looking to really make a statement in this first game.
I couldn't agree more with that. One of the objectives to keep an eye out is going to be the dragon fights. I expect to see lots of action throughout the game around those points as the teams contest and fight over them. We do have some strong synergy from the Jax Orianna, but outside of a combo there, the engage options for TMG appear to be lacking to their counterpart.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how they do as we make our way onto the Rift. We're loading in just a minute. Here we go, onto the Rift. Game number 1, TMG versus SZT. No Zilean top this game, don't worry. There is still time for us to get to see that, and hopefully we might see it, but that would be quite funny. But for starting this off, I will say, a little sad, none of the Spirit Blossom skin champions in here for the Spirit Blossom Sauna skins. I'm hoping to see one of them, but we still have more games, still potential.
The game just started. We're already looking at endorsement for skins.
always and forever. Speaking of skins, the fun Viego we do have Soul Fighter Viego. Cool skin with its fun little Michael Jackson style dance. Is that Michael Jackson? I always forget where those dance moves came from. Pretty sure it's Michael Jackson.
I can't make any comments about that. I feel it's got to be somebody. Got to be something. He's got the flair. Maybe it could be MJ. But what's great to see here is both teams are taking a 5-point defense, and they're doing it properly too by having the jungle go into the center lane so they can hide where they're going to be. Some light exchanges happening in the top side jungle here. Nothing substantial breaking out.
Yeah, nothing substantial so far. Both teams getting a little poke. Mike Lacey took a little bit of damage there, but is the one running the first strike, not the Ori, so Ori not going to get much utility out of it. I don't know if Mike Lacey got any gold out of that. Maybe an auto, maybe like 2 or 3 gold, but this is going to be very much a Syndra, I feel, focused on trying to just get as much poke in, try to get that gold, try to hit those scaling points a little bit quicker with the stacks and items. And other than that, I think this is just gonna be like we were saying, this is a very late game team fight orientation from both teams, so I fully expect it's gonna be a very slow early game for us, Malice. And
the action's gonna be here. I wasn't used to the split screen. That's kind of cool. It's got to be a new feature since I've last been here, but I don't expect to see much action in anything except for the bot lane here. Top lane is a duel of tanks. Mid lane could see some actions as they hit level 6. It's going to come down to tethering and exchanges, their use of ZOI and priority when they use their abilities. If they get enough chip damage, they might be able to make it all in play, but it's all about trading and ganking. With the bot lane, though, wave management is going to be the name of the game. If they can force Deli and Lulu to overextend here, it's an opportunity for the Rel. But Rel is currently pushing the wave, which might not be in her best interest there, as it limits the amount of plays and opportunities that she has.
Yeah, I agree. You know, especially because with a Lulu, you probably shouldn't ever try to dive the turret. You're just gonna get polymorphed, and it's just gonna end badly. So I agree. I think they should just really let the Jinx Lulu push in a bit, so you have more playmaking potential. Especially with the Viego, you know, he has a decent gank potential and could really use that extra space to work with. So but now I think they're taking our lesson to heart. They've already slowed down their pushing, realizing they were being too aggressive. Meanwhile, on the top side, seeing what we kind of expected to see, Ornn struggling a little bit more with the Cassante. He's a little bit more aggressive of a laner, but still overall, probably not expecting any kills to happen anytime soon. Still very beefy champions. And in the mid lane, it's looking pretty calm. Nothing too crazy. Both these mid laners just slowly farming up, and across the board, not seeing nearly any substantial leads building yet.
We get to the 340 mark, and this is the time where the jungle has been cleared and plays are on the board. Viego getting ready for a gank in the center.
Yeah, and he isn't able to finish it off, but now Varang with Alves is looking to maybe go and flash forward from the Jax, looking for Viego, who flashes forward and is now trying to find Ori. Get in her super low. Will he finish it? He will get the first blood, will get the soul, but can he get out? He will not. Alves, too, is gonna take him down. A 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Both junglers getting a kill.
4 minutes in the game, 1-1 is the score in favor of neither team, and the goal differentials looking remaining the same as well. The stalemate has not been broken. Alves moving to the top lane, initiating on Orin.
Yeah, and Billy is gonna get out of there just fine. Kind of hard to stop an Ornn. And without a flash, not really much for Jax to continue on with. But that's got to be a good spot for both of these junglers. They both do want to get kills under their belt. They're not really utility-focused junglers. They're very much those like secondary carry junglers, I feel. You know, you're looking for your Jax to maybe get some kills, maybe be able to split push later, or be able to go in and get the stun and finish a target off. For Viego, you're just looking to be the assassin. So I think this is a good spot overall. Noting Jax has not gone back yet. So he will be down items if anything breaks out in a fight or if they go for a neutral objective. So Fallen will be in a good spot here as, oh, the Rel going on in, looking for Lulu, does get the Ignite down, but Deli looking for Valentere. Valentere forced to flash out, and now the Rel is on the run, forced to jump over. And thankfully for him, Deli didn't have the mana to continue that chase, but the TMG bot lane taking an engage and turning it on its head.
Beautiful kiting there. As the Rel goes in for the engage, they're able to slow them and use the OI to their advantage to take a trade. And then when they're overextended and trying to retreat, they're going to harass them in a 2v1 parallel trade, allowing them to get a positive return on the exchange. Viego goes for the gank, but does not commit, instead decide to pivot over to the dragon. Jax appears to be aware of this and hovers to see if any action plays, but Viego will go ahead for the reset in hopes of spending that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, we just saw on the top side, Nubili lost the flash there to get away from Terps, forced to burn some pots, but does have the teleport. So if a fight does break out around this dragon, Terps does not have his, so could be easy for the Ornn to make a play somewhere else on the map. Is level 6, so does have the Call of the Forge to help him out, and everyone's kind of backed away from it, so probably won't happen for a bit, but they've got like 3.5 minutes until TP is back up for Terps, so a lot of time they can make a play happen somewhere. Oh, hang on, I spoke too soon to Billy. Gonna use Call of the Forge, gonna grab onto the Cassante, gonna force a flash too with Fallen coming around, so Terps now no summoner spells, could be possibly open for another gank shortly.
As I tell people, if you know where somebody is, you know where they're not. Jax now has premium information of where Viego is on the board. Knowing that his top lane means he will have a 3v2 advantage if he engages in the bot lane. Or he has a window of time to go for the dragon where he will be uncontested. And looking at the map here, it looks like Jax is going to capitalize on that to grab the first dragon of the game. Viego understands that he is unlikely to be able to respond in time. He goes ahead and make the ping, calls it out to his team, and then invades the Jax to punish him for his decision.
Yeah, but Valentere does sniff out Alves as he's looking to get that dragon, so that's going to stop that, and it's going to cost TMG their top side jungle. We've got Fallen just ripping through it, already taking the blue buff, already taken the Gromp, going to leave the Wolves up just to kind of bait Alves into looking around, and now he's running up top side, gets spotted on the ward, but I don't think Terps is going to have time. He doesn't have flash. He has no mana, so I don't know if he's going to be able to really chase. The knockup from Nubili. The teleport is coming in from Vrang. Will they be able to get him in time? No. Fallen is going to take him down, and now Ori going to be a sitting duck coming on into this, forced to run already out of the teleport. Is probably going to have to flash if they want to get out here. Fallen does the second cast on the ult. The Forge comes through, and the Feet of War will go over to SCT, but Fallen forced to flash. Alves looking to maybe get a cleanup here on 2 members, getting so low. He is going to take out the Viego. Can he finish it? No, the Bellows will allow Nubili to slay him. So a 1-for-3 goes in favor of SCT. They get the first of the feats, and they're looking to be in a really good spot as we're about to go into a replay of that huge fight
You can see here, Viego comes from the flank, gets the slow, and they're trying to time their CC here by layering up. You get the knockout, then you get the execute coming from the Unite move. Sorry, the ult from Viego there. It's the wrong title now. But the TP, which looked to be a panic play, was a costly mistake, giving the opposing team a chance to set up, and they're going to get this 2v1 dive beautifully set up there. Now, Jax comes in from the flank for the revenge kill. Will be able to successfully get one, but almost loses that exchange.
Yeah, the ultimate barely saving him enough. He almost got the second, but the bellows, they're just too much. The bellows breath, and it's gonna be only an 800 gold lead for SET, but still a good spot. 2 kills on Ornn, 2 kills on Viego. Assists abound for both of them. Looking to be really where the major gold lead is coming. And also, a lead has developed in the bot lane as well. Sorry, not bot lane, mid lane for the side of SET. We have Syndra getting about 15 CS up, but bottom side, same side sort of lead building for TMG's Delhi. That Jinx is getting a lot of CS, so could be an avenue for them to look for. And on the top side, those kills I think were really needed for Nobility because Terps started to kind of run away with this lane in terms of farm.
He does have a lead of about 19 farm there, and I think for context, the average amount of farm per minion is about 15 to 20, somewhere in that ballpark. So if you have a 15 farm lead, it's the equivalent of a singular kill. Ornn, fortunately, has 2 there for him, so he should have the gold advantage in the lane for the time being, as well as the ability to spend that gold while in lane. And we can see this with the Sunfire that he's already completed. An interesting choice to take into the Cassante for sure, but a fight breaking out here with the Unite move, the ult move being missed by Ornn.
Yeah, now Fallen trying to grab Terps. Terps did force to burn the ult. The ult going to come out of the Viego as well, and they're not even going to go for that. So they learned their lesson after last time, especially with Jax coming up looking for maybe a repeat. But there will not be a reset. Fallen going to walk right by Alves. Is going to get stunned up, but can Fallen get out of this? He doesn't have the ultimate. The flash forward from Alves is going to pick up that kill. The Jinx rocket does come through, but it's not going to hit anybody. Now Nubili getting super low, forced to flash the wall, but he will be shut down. And the Jax 4-1 is going to start becoming a little bit of a problem, I think.
He's got the right idea. After he successfully gets the double kill, he's going to invade the opposing team's jungle and look for the camps. The camps are not currently up, so he drops the vision, maximizes his time by taking the reset, and moves on to clear his own. Currently behind by that 13 CS, but having those 4 concentrated kills on Jax makes him a powerhouse to contest the growing Viego.
Yeah, and that's going to keep them about even in terms of gold just due to that minion difference and the extra kill. As we see an engage from JJ's Nice and Valentir, they do burn the Sivir ults. They were really hoping to engage on that, but JJ getting slowed, getting hit with rocket after rocket. It took quite a beating out of that, and now Alves is here too, so ult down. It is not the longest cooldown. It's already about 20% of the way back up, so should be up for any fight that breaks out soon. But we do have 2 members of SET roaming down. They're looking for Alves. The engage onto him, a huge amount of stun landing onto Alves there. He's trying to get away. The wild growth gonna try keep him alive for now, but he's just running to the bush, not even trying to get to the turret, hoping maybe he can get the jump. But Fallen comes with the dunk from the ultimate, and now they get the stun to Lulu. Mike Lacey gonna pick up Eudora, and that is a 2-for-0 trade for SCT. They managed to make up for the used ultimate, and they're gonna get a dragon out of it. I don't think without, well, Delhi does have rocket, so possibly a contest with that, maybe try to steal it, but is a good position SCT finds themselves realizing, hey, going top every time isn't working. What if we try bot?
Worked out beautifully for them, and that's exactly what they needed. They're now pulling ahead by 3 kills and have a gold lead of over 1,000. Replay coming in here. We do see the Jinx shot was able to stop 2 of them, but they cut the angle, forcing Jax to go up against the wall, ensuring that he is certainly to meet his demise. With that reset, they're able to grab his body, get his stun, double stun the Lulu, and pick up a clean 2-0 kill right outside of the tower range.
Yeah, and that's gonna be The Cloud Drake going over, like we said, for SCT. No contest there. The Grubs did go over to TMG. I'm not sure actually when that happened. I didn't see anybody kind of going for Grubs, but they have at least one objective. No one's taken a turret yet, so the feat's still up in the air for everything but kills. And the turret plating beginning to fall soon. These turrets might start to melt. TMG needs to be careful. They really don't want these feats going over to SCT. A lot of ability for them to get a good power buff out of it, especially, you see the Merc treads, you see the plated steel caps. Those could be very effective in giving shields to kind of help them weather through these fights, especially as they approach the late game and with the Ornn. And people rotating around. Alv's now been found out by New Billy. 4 members of SCT coming down to steal, up, I guess, to steal this Gromp. And they're just going to walk on out. Ult again burned by Valenterra. Haven't really got a lot out of it from the Sivir, but it is putting pressure on the members of TMG. And they're looking for New Billy again. Call of the Forge God coming through. Stun was used early, so he's going to get to knock someone up. Looking for Terps here. Alv's being separated, but Deli and Eudora are here. Maybe they think they can help Alves out. Alves, jumps to the plant, but didn't get anything out of it. And the teleport from Mike Lacey. They really want this Jax, and they will pick it up. Mike Lacey will be the one to pick the kill with the teleport and the ultimate, so made sure not to waste anything. And we were saying towers might start falling soon. I think this is the point. 4 members here. Now they're looking for Terp, stunning him up, knocking him up, bounce housed around. Fallen's going to drag turret damage, and JJ is nice, will pick up the kill, but the turret gonna go on over to them as well. So 2 feats down. The boosted boots have been triumphantly picked up for SCT. And again, finding plays around the map. SCT just seeming to be ahead on the rotations.
Fantastic opportunity here by getting those rotations, getting those those kills in the top lane. They now have a window of opportunity that they're going to utilize to grab the Rift Herald. This may enable them to create a new window by punching down another tower, or at the very least securing more territory. There's a concept that we call territory, where you draw these invisible lines between the remaining towers that kind of dictate where it's safe to be and where you need to be a little bit cautious. And when you remove towers from the board, you take away safe space from the opposing team, making them have more pressure, more stress, and have to act more cautiously when trying to explore the rift. This is exactly what you need when you want to make and take your time to plan out plays such as for the Rift Herald, for the Dragon, or for even managing the waves and catching somebody in transition between the mid or the other side lanes.
I like that. You live up to the professor name very well, Malice. I love it. I love it. Good educational broadcasting. It's what we like here on Titan, helping people learn to play better. We're helping make the next generation of talent one lesson at a time. And I agree. I think of it like I draw like quadrants on the map in a very similar concept. And when a turret dies, that quadrant suddenly becomes unsafe. It's now enemy territory. I like to think of it as. So I like taking these turrets, taking that top side opens up so much more space for them, especially around the blue and the Gromp and where the Herald will be, as well as the Baron. So good control. If they manage to crack this mid turret, I think that basically objective control around the Herald and area should be pretty much guaranteed for a while, and it's going to be really hard for any vision control to be really exerted by TMG. They'll have to have Eudora go up with somebody, and that's just dragging people from elsewhere on the map where they could be putting pressure, and just allowing SCT to get more, to have more control, have more members in spots to, because they have more control of the map. So with the Dragon coming up soon. Oh, hang on, actually. Alves looking for Mike Lacey here. We said it was a dangerous spot for TMG, but TMG is making it a dangerous place for SCT. Alves forcing Mike Lacey to flash over the wall here, and Terps pushing this wave in. They're looking to make a dive onto this Syndra. Alves now taking turret pressure, trying to dissuade the back. No one else is here. Eudora is coming up. Mike Lacey trying to get that stun up, but the wild growth will save Alves, and Alves will get the shutdown. They're gonna get their first serve of the game, but meanwhile, down towards the mid lane, we do see Fallen grab a kill onto Deli. So, like we were saying, Lulu got a roam. That's going to take pressure from elsewhere on the map and allow SCT to make plays. So they at least get a little counterpunch back. and they might get a turret as well. They will take that mid turret. So a lot of topside control gone for TMG, and Dragon as well. SCT, it feels like every time TMG takes an inch, SCT is just taking a mile.
All right, we have some replay coming in from the bot lane. Looked like there was going to be a fight that happened there. We do see Jinx trying to defend the tower, but a dive will be thrown through. Beautiful flash as they cut around here. Unfortunately, with 3 different players blocking and mitigating the amount of space they have to move, they're going to get caught by the Rel, pulled out of position, and Collapsicon almost, though, gets the Viego due to, well, the way that the damage is shuffled from the tower. Returning to the game, we are 19 minutes into the game, almost towards the point where Baron doesn't spawn at 20 minutes anymore. You can tell him it's 25 now, right?
Yeah, it is 25, and they just buffed it this patch too. They just actually, wait, is that this patch or next patch? No, it's next patch. Next patch they're buffing Baron, or is it this patch? Gosh, I'm mixing my PBE up with my normal. Let me double check real quick.
I'm pretty sure that's next patch is when the Baron buff comes through. But as I was saying, we're getting really close as we start to move into the late game. Late game's going to be at that 25-minute mark when a game closing objectives enters the field of play. Both players are continuing to build their advantages, getting ready in anticipation for such an opportunity. Akaton, right?
I can.
I gotta get my league thesaurus. I can't even say thesaurus right.
You're all good. But we can say is that TMG is finding himself in a rush spot here. Spawn is going to go on a killing spree, grabbing Deli Alves, trying to save his AD carry. It isn't going to happen, so now trying to get away, running. But the Syndra ult will take him out. Mike Lacey picking up 1 kill. Meanwhile, Terps and Eudora trying to back off, but Terps getting stunned, getting knocked up, going unstoppable, but that's not going to matter. He's going to go airborne, and Fallen going to go on a rampage. 3 kills for nothing so far as they continue. Actually, sorry, they did get Valentere, so 1 was taken for TMG. So getting a little something, but Fallen now looking for Vrang, getting polymorph, gonna get shut down, but the shutdown will go over to the Lulu. Not really where you want it, but gold is gold, so you'll take that as the inner mid turret does fall. So not a lot of control around the blue buff. Ooh, the Jinx rocket coming through will just barely miss Mike Lacey, and I gotta watch how that all broke out. That kind of was chaotic.
So we have the initiation from the Aura, and he will get multiple targets with his ult move there, grabbing 2 of them. Orianna pops her ult a little bit early there. Jax is going to be able to grab 2 people with their stun, and we see Syndra go for the first target. So within a team fight, we have something called parallel fighting, and this is team fights within team fights. And right there in the upper hand corner, you saw a 3v1, despite it technically being a 5v5. They're able to get that pick. Now it's a 4v3. They have a number advantage. They all consolidate on the Cassante, taking him out of the game. It's now a 4v2. They have the numbers, they have the minions, and all they need to dive this or go for the tower. The takes here should be zoning them off, which they do successfully, but they overcommit to the dive here and get caught by the polymorph and the Orianna, meaning more tower shots are going to re-aggro. They did not cool down, will give them a shutdown and limit the impact of that play to 1 tower.
Yeah, but another play already building as Terps forced to flash out of the call of the Forge God. Mike Lacey now alone in the mid lane, but is holding pressure well. The turret will fall now. Deli looking for Mike Lacey, doing a lot of damage there. You gotta respect the Jinx. Even at 0-2 is still a scary threat. And in that replay, if anybody watched the in video right there, we saw the Herald get dropped and kind of just get wasted, didn't get to do anything and just died. But already, Alves being caught here. Atakan has been started up. It is going to be secured by SCT, and now Fallen forced to ult to get out. The members are running. Alves is going to take the teleporter out, so he is separated from his team. Nubilly has been caught, but is just so beefy. Forced to flash, though, so he doesn't get just blown up slowly with the chip. I mean, there's a lot of people there, and he's kind of on his own, but SCT secures yet another neutral objective 50 seconds before the Dragon respawns.
23 minutes in the game, the score is 7-13 in favor of SCT, currently up by 2 dragons and almost 3,000 gold. To give context to that, 3,000 gold is roughly the equivalent of 10 kills, and so they are getting a massive advantage from these towers, from these minion leads, and from these objectives that are compiling and amplifying their ability to reach their next power spike.
Yeah, and we have hit Ornn item upgrade point. I see it there on Syndra. She has the Shadow Flame upgrade. So this is going to start becoming difficult for us for TMG, because that gold lead is misleading. It is much bigger with the value you get out of those Ornn item upgrades. So they've got his own upgraded, he's got Syndra's upgraded. You know, one more level, you're probably going to get the Sivir IE upgrade. These are dangerous spots to find yourself in. And while TMG has secured the in route on the Baron, there is no nobility down here, and they're probably just going to give it up because it is first. They're going to trade it for inner top tower. It's still like, you know, SET is in a much stronger position to fight. It's Fallen looking to get onto Vrang. A big stun coming out from Mike Lacey, but you know, they're a little scared to follow up on that with Deli right there and Eudora. Now Fallen trying to buy some space, using the E to keep track of everyone without really being spotted. And now Inhibitor Turret will fall. Call the Forge God coming on through. They're looking for Alves with that stun, and now trying to jump him. He's gonna jump back in, gonna get Wild Growth up. Terp's gonna take down Mike Lacey, but they will trade their jungler process. Terp's about to fall as well. The Sivir gonna pick that up. Vrang going golden, trying to get away. Now Fallen being tearing up onto Deli, will get the double kill right there, and Vrang gonna get torn off on the side. Fallen looking for Eudora. The Lulu getting engaged on and will get taken down. The flash will allow for the ace, and SCT just from looking like this might be a couple more minutes to just ending the game right then and there.
You know, that's what they say about a strong engagement. It can be a game changer and sometimes a game over, if you know what I mean. All the husbands in the call say, hey-o! All right, well, that's going to be the conclusion of the first game. Phenomenal gameplay by SZT. As soon as they found a crack in the armor, as soon as they found the opportunity, they jumped in there, they got it, and they achieved success and victory.
Yeah, and the split push, Zilean top, funnily enough, ends on a slight split push with that Ornn. He pushed all the way into the base and then just looped around back, I guess. TMG wasn't really looking at where the Ornn was, because he just walks back to the inhibitor and is like, oh, I'm going to ult you from here. Now you have nowhere to go. But SET, game number 1, very convincing, honestly, gameplay from them. And it's just a good start to this series for them. Look at the damage graph. Huge fighting power coming out of the Viego and the Syndra. Even the Ornn, he outdamaged almost everyone except the Ori on TMG, and it sucks to get outplayed in your same comp style in game 1, but this is, as everyone knows, going to be no more of these champions for the rest of this series. So what else do these teams have in the tank? Is SCT going to be a one comp wonder, or can TMG play it back? And can TMG play any other styles? They lost the similar style matchup. What else do they got? I want to see what other tricks they got in their bag.
I think they're distinctly different compositions. They look very similar, but I would argue that the red team here had a front to back composition, while the other one was more of a wombo combo. They're looking for these plays with the Cassante and the Jax instead of for the Orianna, and so they may have some hope if they want to play these front to back styles or these wombo combo styles. They could branch out in any direction, and I would say that I'm going to call them SMG. SZT is not out of cards yet. There's plenty of things that they can do, so many cards that they can play to get ahead, and we're going to see that soon in game 2, right after the break.
Down Mike Lacey, but they will trade their jungler. Process Terps about to fall as well. The Sivir gonna pick that up. Bring going golden, trying to get away. Now Fallen being torn, tearing up onto Deli. Will get the double kill right. On the side, Fallen looking for Eudora. The Lulu getting engaged on and will get taken down. The Flash will allow for the ace, and SCT just from looking like this might be a couple more minutes to just ending the game right then and there.
The TP, which looked to be a panic play, was a costly mistake, giving the opposing team a chance to set up, and they're going to get this 2v1 dive beautifully set up here. Now Jax comes in from the flank for the revenge kill, will be able to successfully get one, but almost loses that exchange.
Yeah, the ultimate barely saving him enough. He almost got the second, but
this is the time when the jungle has been cleared and plays are on the board. Viego getting ready for a gank in the center.
yeah, and he isn't able to finish it off, but now Varang with Alves is looking to maybe go in. Flash forward from the Jax, looking for Viego, who flashes forward and is down, trying to find Ori. Get in her super low. Will he finish it? He will get the first blood, will get the soul, but can he get out? He will not. Alves 2 is gonna take him down. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Both junglers getting it for nothing so far as they can. Actually, sorry, they did get Valentere, so one was taken for TMG. So getting a little something, but Fallen now looking for Brang. Getting Polymorph, gonna get shut down, but the shutdown will go over to the Lulu. Not really where you want it, but gold is gold, so you'll take that as the inner mid turret. Take down Mike Lacey, but they will trade their jungler. Process Terps about to fall as well. The Sivir gonna pick that up. Bring going golden, trying to get away. Now Fallen being tearing up onto Deli. Will get the double kill right there, and Bring gonna get torn off on the side. Fallen looking for Eudora. The Lulu getting engaged on and will get taken down. The Flash will allow for the ace, and SCT just from looking like this might be a couple more minutes to just ending the game right then and there.
The TP, which looked to be a panic play, was a costly mistake, giving the opposing team a chance to set up, and they're going to get this 2v1 dive beautifully set up here. Now Jax comes in from the flank for the revenge kill, will be able to successfully get one, but almost loses that exchange.
Yeah, the ultimate barely saving him enough. He almost got the second, but
this is the time when the jungle has been cleared and plays are on the board. Viego getting ready for a gank in the center.
yeah, and he isn't able to finish it off, but now Varang with Alves is looking from the Jax, looking for Viego, who flashes forward and is now trying to find Ori. Get in there super low. Will he finish it? He will get the first blood, will get the soul, but can he get out? He will not. Alves 2 is gonna take him down. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Both junglers getting a kill for nothing so far as they continue. Actually, sorry, they did get Valentina, so one was taken for TMG. So getting a little something, but Fallen now looking for Vrang. Getting Polymorph, gonna get shut down, but the shutdown will go over to the Lulu. Not really where you want it, but gold is gold, so you'll take that as the inner mid turret. Take down Mike Lacey, but they will trade their jungler. Process Terps about to fall as well. The Sibber gonna pick that up. Vrang going golden, trying to get away. Now Fallen being torn, herring up onto Deli. Will get the double kill right there, and Vrang gonna get torn off on the side. Fallen looking for Eudora. The Lulu getting engaged on and will get taken down. The Flash will allow for the ace, and SCT just from looking like this might be a couple more minutes to just ending the game right then and there.
The TP, which looked to be a panic play, was a costly mistake, giving the opposing team a chance to set up, and they're going to get this 2v1 dive beautifully set up here. Now, Jax comes in from the flank for the revenge kill, will be able to successfully get one, but almost loses that exchange.
Yeah, the ultimate. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our lovely broadcast of the Conquerors League here at Titan. We just saw SCT win a very convincing game, number 1 against number 1 seed TMG out of Group A. Looking very fantastic, great Viego play, and just overall the team played very well. But we are on to game number 2 here, and Malice, what are you hoping to see out of these teams this game?
Well, the thing is, what I'm hoping to... Oh, draft is already getting prepared here? Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
We are moving quick, and that's something that I like to see. Let's just say something that I like to see. As we get ready for the draft, I would like to see a dynamic change in attitude and playability from the two different teams. I want to see a different type of composition, a dive composition, a pick composition, something utilizing phenomenal, fantastic gameplay, such as kiting or use of ZOI and affiliates. So as we move to the draft here, we're going to see our first band of the day gonna be that Lilia, that Kane, and that Amumu. You know what he's gonna do. He's gonna lock you down, banish you up, and tie you like daddy's little girl. Can't let that stunning bastard get in here.
I love it. Oh God, it makes me. I really hope there's a rumble this game, so I can hear you go. Let's get ready to rumble. Because I think you do great at that. But yeah, like you said, we got some bands underway. A lot of jungle bands coming out for the side of TMG. And SCT, 1 support and an AD carry. So we see where TMG's focus is, especially after that first game. Fallen looked so good on the Viego. Oh, there it is. There we go. The rumble comes.
TMG, are you ready to rumble?
Yes.
Coming in with the first band, the first pick of the game, going to be the Rumble, followed up with a response from SCT on the Lucian. Noobly, more like nobody knows what you're going to do because you're going to fill them full of holes.
It is going to be... I'm glad it's the Rumble. I'm glad we got to do that. I honestly didn't know that was coming up, so that's
They're listening
great.
in live time. They know what's going on.
The live draft. And in the bottom lane, Nami Lucian, very traditional. The Varus, a nice safe pick, easy to do, flexible into a lot of different styles. I'm liking this. I'm liking both these teams so far. The aggressive bot lane, the playing definitely for team fights from TMG right now, and the Leona to kind of really send that home with the team fighting. Like, this is a lot of C to C to set up for the Rumble.
It's a bit... excuse me. I keep feeling like I have a hiccup or a burp or something. It's just not coming through. Kind of like a failed gank, but I really like the order that we have here. Rumble is typically a priority pick in the Collegiate League. Not always a first pick, but a very commonly picked camp champion in these high-level plays, Division 1, Division 2 level tournaments. And to see him be brought out so early had to be something they wanted to deny the other team from taking. But not only do they take this pick, but they support it very well with their bot lane response. Varus can pivot into a lot of different compositions, be it catch, or poke, or even team fight front to back styles. And they take Leona, a great initiator, to give them the agency to set up these plays, as well as combo very nicely with the Rumble. However, SEK, very strong priority pick with Lucian and Nami, using the Nami as a powerful, oppressive bot lane to get the lead down there, and then going with a very safe response in the form of Galio. They can go into a pick comp and pivot off of a target, a particular player that can dive in. They are going to use the Yurdir as one particular vehicle to do that, but also it's a great defensive option to punish those who want to dive in. My only concern is that it might not be the tool they need to deal with that Rumble.
Speaking of the Rumble, this looks like it's going to be a Rumble jungle with that Gnar locked in there. Unless it's Rumble mid, that would be kind of fun, but we'll have to see at the last pick. Nivea, okay, so it is Rumble jungle. So even better, more puns, more fun things with the Rumble here. Honestly, something you don't see as much. I've seen a lot, like, I feel like a season or two ago, you saw a lot more Rumble jungle, but it's been a lot, I feel like it's been a lot quieter. I haven't seen as much of it lately, but I am happy to see it into the Udyr and the Yorick top to finish it out for SCT. So very different comp style coming out, at least for SCT.
SCT is an awkward comp. Their only engage is going to be that Nami that Nami ultimate. I've been spending a time on Unite way too long, doing some fun things over there, but Nami with her ultimate, I'll say it one more time, her ultimate is an engage tool that they have, as well as a short gap coming in from the Galio, or Fallen rushing and running at them at the Yurdir. But the amount of control options TMG has, I think, gives them advantage in this matchup, but I think we're going to see TMG take the day. That's my prediction.
I would agree with that. I think their composition is more well-rounded. It has more ways to play it. I feel like SCT, they've really they've got a lot of good parts, but they don't feel like they're as synergistic. Like, you don't really have a lot for the Galio to go in with outside of the Udyr. Yorick is kind of on a split push. You've got the lane bullies in the bot lane, but not really meant to carry into the late game. Lucians can, but a little bit harder to do into team fighting, especially when your team comp isn't really built for team fighting. So I agree. I think TMG has the stronger composition, but I also think that if SCT pilots this well, they might just be able to solo queue style win this, just, beat them with their wallets. I'll have to see. So we get underway with the Rift. Well, what are you looking for in this first couple minutes from these teams, Malice?
I think what I want to see from SZT is going to be getting a lane advantage. That's going to be their saving grace in this game, is going to be concentrated gold on their carries, on their people with a presence. To be a little bit of a devil's advocate here, SDT has the ability to win this game. The way that you win a game is you either play to your win composition, or you deny, or condition, sorry, or you deny the win condition of your opponents. And SCT has the option to avoid team fights altogether, using the split push potential of the Yorick, of the Yurdir, and having the map pressure of the Galio in order to reinforce any plays that happen on the map. And so if they avoid those team fights and force them into small skirmishes where individually they are strong, it could be a massive advantage for Team SZT.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to really force for that aggression, definitely, especially with Lucian Nami. Like, you picked that because you were trying to be aggressive in the lane, and they're already underway with it down here. Valenterre and JJ looking to kind of push in here, but still have to be careful. This is still it could be easily turned around. Leona hits a nice Zenith Blade. Varus can throw a nice piercing arrow, and they can really shred these two. Their health is pretty low overall. And yeah, looking around the map, it doesn't look like too much is going to be happening. Oh, I speak too soon. Hang on. Valenterre going in onto Eudora and Deli does get a nice trade there, I think.
That was a disastrous trade, in my opinion. I mean, great for SCT there, but what you typically want to do in these types of matchup in this melee versus range is that you're at a range disadvantage, and so you wait for the rebound, you set it up in such a way that you can play around level 3 when you're technically a full champion. In this case, Leona goes up, contests the wave, Level 2 is going to go to the Nami and Lucian, who can safely push the wave first, and so they get a level 2 advantage, and Leona is taking these negative trades and decides to go in with that E, catches onto one of the abilities or one of the players, and then is forced to retreat while at a level deficit, giving a net HP positive exchange over to SCT in that bot lane.
And that's the power of choosing those aggressive lane bullies, as we find ourselves in a pretty standard, I think, position overall for these. Strong, like you said, strong aggression, looking more for counterplay. And Valentere, there it is, the counterplay. Eudora going back in after the engage, but it's not enough. Deli will fall. Valentere going to pick up that kill. He is ignited though, so has to be careful. Eudora could look for a quick Zenith Blade into the W with a Q to just land that. So we're going to watch a replay here and break down what happened.
All right, beautiful engage for Leona. They go on the target. You want to remove the person that does the most damage. Unfortunately, Varus misses the mess step there, gets caught by the bubble. If he's not caught by the bubble, gets 1 or 2 more auto attacks off, it would have been enough to pick the Lucian, and we could have seen that gone in the reverse direction. We a 1-0 for TMG. Unfortunately, though, or perhaps if SZT is the team you're rooting for, quite fortunately, it is going in their favor. 4 minutes into the game, score is 0-1 with a 500-600 gold advantage in favor of Team SZT.
Yeah, and a lot of that from that fight, the gold advantage from and able to get that kill came, I think, through Valentere's cleanse. I saw him burn that to start the fight. Well, actually, I thought I saw him burn it, but it's up for him already. So maybe I just watched that, but it looked like he got out of it pretty quickly and was able to, make those pokes, the beautiful bubble, like you said. And this is going to be a rough position, I think, for Delhi and TMG's bot lane as a whole to find themselves in. Lucian getting ahead, and now Varang taking the losing end of a trade after teleporting in. Mike Lacey gonna get poked back a little bit, but yeah, I think is still in a pretty good spot here. And looking, look at the top side there. Yorick forcing Terps to jump the wall. And it's going to be Infernal Drag. Oh, no, sorry, Chemdrake. The dragon thing confuses me every time I see it. Oh, hang on. We have another fight breaking in here. Eudora going in onto Valentere. There is a barrier, though. Deli missing the piercing arrow because of the flash from Valentere. And now JJ is nice, forced to flash as well. Alves has shown up. They might look for a dive here. This could be a potential engage opportunity. They might be looking to get this kill. The dive on in, the flash from Alves. They are going to secure that one pretty easily. The bubble will not be enough. Alves will get the shield. Will just keep him alive. And now Fallen is down here. Maybe he's looking to get some cleanup. He is rushing down, looking to get onto Deli, but it is 3 members here. Can he take this? He's going to get the Phoenix stance. He hasn't thrown it yet. He's trying to get on top of Deli, but isn't going to be able to. The Phoenix stance not enough to finish anyone off. And JJ is going to auto-attack Deli to death. I thought he wasn't going to have enough damage with that, but he does. And SCT manages to trade back the kills. Oh, wait, hang on. This might not be done. This might not be done. I'm so sorry, Malice. There's still more going. Alves and Fallen dueling it out. It's going to be the Feat of Warfare picked up. Fallen going to pick up 1 kill. Going to pick up a second, but will trade his life to Eudora. So 3 for 1 overall in this long fight by SCT.
I stand corrected. I was about to praise TMG for the way that they played that. I didn't think they were going to be able to save the Lucian or save the Varus there, and they should have cut their losses. But by trying to defend the way that they do, they're able to minimize their losses, at least where the gold goes. So beautiful setup from the dive. We saw the engage from the Leona. Leona was able to juggle some of the damage there as Shield comes onto the Rumble. Rumble absorbs the remaining 2 shots, and they get out here. Now, Fallen can cut the angle and go for Deli, which is what he attempts to do, but Leona decides she's going to go back in and try to get the stun, giving him time. He's just barely able to get out of range, but she gets caught by the bubble, looking like she's going to be the target to go down here. She gets under the tower, and Fallen is now too low to continue. Unfortunately, this puts Varus in position to get killed by the Nami, which isn't all that bad. Now, Rumble tries to get a cheeky knockout here, but will get caught by the shield from the Uter, overextended away from the tower. You have a 2-for-1 trade. The heal comes in from the Nami, does the damage, heals Fallen, and gives Fallen the resources necessary to make the dive, scoring the daily double.
Yeah, and a lot of that, I think, can be attributed to really, like you said, they needed to cut their losses. TMG Like, they had so many points where they could have just walked away from that fight, but they just keep turning around thinking they can maybe get another, and it cost them. It cost them big. Now you have an Udyr with 2 kills. He is going AP Udyr, so that Phoenix stance is going to really hurt in the late game, or later on, especially after the second item gets completed. And on the other side, like, SET also, managed to pick up a couple kills, got those summoner spells out. So I think overall, like, I think the biggest problem I think I saw in that was Alves took the longest way to walk back from that turret. Just walks straight down to the side, eats a bubble. I feel like just walks straight up and could have gotten out of there, but maybe I'm overthinking it there. Is New Billy and Terps? Okay, no big trade. The Miss Spain's going to probably fall, and we haven't really talked a lot about them this game, I feel, Malice. What do you, like, how are you feeling about this top side right now?
I always find this particular matchup to be a bit interesting. The Gnar has a range advantage, does have some kite ability, but could get locked down, and Yorick's forced to be a little bit more reactive, but if he's able to get on top of him, the exchanges can go in his favor. And alternatively, he can just out-shove the Gnar and force him to play from the tower and make other roams or make other plays or take his resets. And Yorick seems to be doing that in pretty good effect. Some action happening here in the center lane. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, Fallen managing to pick up the kill there onto Varang with a nice gank, really baiting him in by keeping Mike Lacey super low. Smart play from them there, using the baited low health, and that worked out great. I thought she still had egg, but I guess it went down at some earlier point, and again, more kills onto this Udyr. He's getting really close to that Leandris, which I think is what he's building first. Yeah, that'd be Leandris, yeah. Oh, hang on, we've got another fight in the top side, a gank onto Terps. Terps, though, will go into Mega Gnar, so that should save his life with that stun. And yeah, like you're saying, this is an interesting matchup, has the range matchup, but also has the CC matchup, I think, goes in Terps' favor.
I think it's inconsequential. I mean, you got a little bit of a slow from Terps there, but Nubly is going to be able to lock him down with that cage as long as the hop has not already been done. And if it's the melee range, he's in a position to buffer it out from the healing from his Q. More action seems to be happening, as both teams start to gravitate around the grubs.
Yeah, just a lot of action starting to happen all around the map. It seems these teams are finally ready for things to happen. I guess SET realized we need to make things happen as the equalizer will come down. Not really much damage onto it. One grub has been secured by SCT, so they at least prevent the triple. Mike Lacey now, though, being engaged. Alves and Varang are here. Terps is rotating down. Oh, a stun onto Mike Lacey. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. Oh, his dash gets stopped, and he will fall. Alves and Varang just slowly kill the Galio. Just the most casual kill I think I've ever seen.
I believe that SCT is going to need a little bit more vision here. It's difficult for them to take any type of team fights here. They want to avoid being in positions where they are locked down or trapped up against a wall. That is exactly what Rumble wanted. He had the equalizer, and the equalizer it was indeed. More fights breaking out here, though, as Lucian tries to set up a kill on Adora and Deli.
Yeah, the bot lane like we saw it earlier with the trade in the bot lane. This is becoming more and more aggressive. The kills going over to the supports mostly. This is the supportal carry bot lane right now. Both of them have 2, and between the AD carries, they only have 1 kill apiece or total. So interesting, but it is showing the level of aggression here. Valentere and JJ is nice and need to be this aggressive. We need to see this from the Lucian Nami. This is why you pick this lane, to bully your opponents. And if you're just taking 1-for-1 trades, it's not really where you want to be, right?
No, not at all. It's a bit difficult here because you could pepper and exchange and trade them. You could duel them, but you don't want any all-in engages. Excuse me. And Leona is phenomenal at making those long-term, those all-in engages. And we saw this happen early on in the game. She lands the E, she gets the Q, she's on the target, and suddenly there's just too much damage to deal with. And so they have to be cautious and take these short firm trades to build up the damage. And, it's working so well for them so far, but at any moment, the all-in potential from TMG might just be too much to bear.
Yeah, especially now that, they're well past level 6. They've got the ultimates. That's the really dangerous part to fight Varus, Leona. It's just so much CC you can land between the corrupting chains. And the Zenith, Solar Flare, mixing the two up. Solar Flare, it's so much, so you really do have to be careful. That is why the Lucian took the cleanse, and I see it is down, so gonna be kind of rough in this fight as the dragon is started up. Hextech Dragon, and before the soul comes out, the ultimate coming through, the equalizer's gonna drop, but Udyr is in. The Solar Flare will stun him up, and he will get shut down. Terps teleports on in. Eudora, they're looking to grab him, but they just can't. Mike Lacey and Valentere diving in fail to accomplish it. And 3-0 for TMG. They get the dragon as well. Big fight for them.
This a bit of a tragic fight to see. We talked about this earlier. You play to your win condition or you deny the opponents. And right here, the red team is going in and fighting to the win condition of the blue team. You have Udyr going in, an ult move coming in from the Lucian, but it will get caught by the equalizer from the Rumble, running on a majority of targets. A beautiful flash to reposition, allowing Varus and Rumble both to survive the engage from the Galio, and now they can start to pivot this front to back with a lot more AoE damage. They take the trade, they get 3 kills with no losses, and the window to take that dragon, effectively catching them back up. 14 minutes into the game, the score is 7-7, but it is in favor of Team TMG for the first time this series. They're up by 600 gold.
Yeah, and that's not the position you want to be in when you're running this composition that SCT has got. If they have any gold lead, it means that you're really losing, but maybe not for much longer as Terps is forced to flash, gets ignited, and is gonna get run down. JJ is nice going on a killing spree, not something you see often on a support. But yeah, they've started rotating up to get Nubili on this, trying to get him back into this game, I feel, and they're going to try for this turret. They want to get those feats again, and I think they might have it. Alves and Eudora are here. That turret, though, who's so much damage. Nubili, though, is going to trap Alves in W, and Frang on the way up, too. I feel like SCT not going to be able to finish this turret, but like we were saying, they really do need to get a lead, right? They cannot be behind if they are playing this comp. And now Deli getting dived by Fallen and Valentere. The chains of corruption, though, will allow them just to secure Fallen. Feels like that was a little too risky of a dive, don't you think?
I absolutely think so. They need to wait for the wave or set up the wave, and wave management is the name of the game, especially with a composition from SZT. If you know where somebody is, you know where they're not, you can't fight them head on in a 5v5, and so if you see them going in one direction, you want to split and go the other, and try to make them go in 2 different directions. That way you have an opportunity to take and trade something, and you just aggressively trade over and over and over again, or you rotate to punish the people who are not grouped. A really good way to do this with wave management, and I had one of my master's students have to point this out to me because I didn't quite realize or contextualize it the first time I came across it, but there is a desynchronization between the mid lane and the side lanes. And so typically you got to push the mid lane to push the side waves. And when it's time to push the side waves, after you do that, you regroup in the middle. And they're going to land at different times. So you can try to pick where you're going to rotate by watching and managing those lanes and where you're going to have the window to do so without minimizing your goal. I'd like to see a little bit more wave management come from these different teams as they try to pick apart where they're going to be, where the pressure is going to be, what tower is going to go for, and how can they dismantle TMG. They need a strategy to make them panic. They need a strategy to make them split, and they need a strategy that makes them want to quit. And SZT, you showed us in game 1 you have it in you, so do what you got to do and bring home game 2.
Yeah, we want to see a little bit more strategy out of it, not that kind of dive we did see during that. Valentere did end up going on Deli with the wave, but took a couple weird shots and they ended up trading, so Deli ends up coming ahead 2-for-1 overall in that. And I like you said, you got to really manage your waves well. You can't just be diving under nothing. These are teams that these are champions that are not really easy to dive, as the equalizer dropped by Alves onto Nubili. Frang was on the way, but he's gonna blast Cone out of there. And yeah, this is, the waves are managed better on the top side. I feel like Nubili has been doing good in his control of this top wave. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Yorick has, done very well about being able to push this in and then rotating into the jungle, looking for something, and then rotating out once Terps has pushed the wave up. But the gold lead back in SCT's favor just by 200, so not that big. Alves on the top side looking for New Billy. He is gonna land one of those rockets. Terps looking for the stun. New Billy gonna flash on out, and the minions now onto Alves. They do a lot. You gotta respect those minions, right?
You have to as well, especially if he goes like lethality. He's not got a lethality build here, but it is a pretty damage-centric build, meaning they're going to do a lot. Now, Nubly is baiting them in here, and I'm not sure that TMG is aware. Rumble is sitting around looking for a play. Now the Nivea has spotted the Galio, so they are aware, but this could be a 3v2 collapse, as Nubly is now getting collapsed by Terps and the Rumble.
Yeah, the ult coming out from Mike Lacey. They will lose the Yorick, but can he get anything else? No, the Gnar ult will knock him into the wall. He's stunned up, trapped, and a double kill over to Alves. 2 kills. Meanwhile, the Dragon going over to SCT. It is going to be Infernal Soul this game. Herald has been dropped on the top side by TMG. They're looking to crack this turret. It's too late to get the feats, but hey, turret gold is turret gold, and now they're charging into the second, getting that enhanced charge, jumping on in. They're probably going to tear this one down too. No one from the side of SCT is even trying to match it. Do they go for the inhibitor turret charge? Meanwhile, on the bottom side, the outer turret is being torn up. The solar flare will land on the Valentere, and Deli will just shred him down. Fallen will finish off the turret, and now looking for Deli. The barrier will come through. Can he get out in time? He will get stunned, but it will not matter. Fallen will manage to still secure the kill, and on the top side, a shutdown as New Billy kills Terps. Vrang coming down, though, will manage to secure Fallen, and that was a TP and a flash out of the Anivia. So just fights breaking out all over the map. Both these teams just really looking to be aggressive right now.
And that positive for Team TNG. What a mouthful. Score is currently 13-11 in favor of Team TMG, currently up by 1,800 gold. This is a reversal from what we saw just a couple moments ago, where SZT were in the lead, at least as far as gold, and perhaps due to that farm advantage. If you look at Yorick, 175. Prior to that fight, he was very close to 10 CS a minute, which is nearly perfect CS.
Yeah, this has been a very strong position for this Yorick has found himself in. It was just unfortunate that they came up with Herald and 3 members, but as we saw there, you can still take down the Rumble, can still fight some of these members individually. And like you said, it is very far ahead in CS, up almost 50 CS on your lane opponent, plus 2 kills. That's an absurd score at 20 minutes to have. So in a solid spot, could be very effective, but isn't going to be split pushing. Instead, is going to come down to try to get onto this Atacan. TMG has already started up and about to finish it off. It is going to be picked up by Alves, but can they get out? The barrier from New Billy gonna stop Vrang very slightly. He's trying to get away, but he's gonna go into Phoenix form, and unlike the Phoenix, will not rise again, as Fallen will get that shutdown. The teleport coming through from Mike Lacey to save this mid turret, and SCT on the push here on this bottom side. I think they might try to get for this bottom turret. Alves getting smited, getting slowed down by Fallen, who is just running through this, and here comes the Lucian. They're looking to pick up 1 kill. It's gonna be a trade between these 2 junglers, and the stun gonna land on to Valentere. Here comes Mike Lacey with the ult, though. They're trying to maybe pick up another kill here. Gotta be careful, though. Ooh, Terps flashing over, looking for Valentere. Isn't able to find it now. Mike Lacey gonna be the one to fall. Deli is coming through, but here comes New Billy. Valentere gonna pick up Terps here. Gonna pick up Euphora for New Billy. Deli gonna get the trade back onto the AD carry for a double kill, but a double for New Billy, as well as the Yorick slams the shovel down onto him. It's gonna be a 4-for-3 overall in favor of SCT. Vrang here to stop this turret push from continuing and that inhibitor turret from cracking, but yeah, we're gonna go into a replay.
That is, yeah. I want to talk about the kiting here from Valentere. Very phenomenal position. So right now, nobody can target him until the blast will come. Now he's in a bad spot. He gets caught by the Ilona. We see a double stun. Ilona uses the old Gallia, tries to bail him out. Nami is able to heal him, and then he flashes out to the outskirts, outside the zero eye of anybody. He's able to do damage. Nobody retaliates. As soon as Varus is in a position where he can hit Lucian. Lucian is bailing out, staying right outside of the range, and then he's going to walk right back into this team fight when the action is no longer on him. He goes for the Turk, still keeping his distance away from the Varus. Now he's on the Leona when Varus can't hit him. He's trying to move out of the bush. Varus is now going to grab him, but it forces Deli to walk past the Yorick in order to grab him. So it becomes a 1-for-1 trade in the end there, giving Yorick the opportunity to split push, which was blocked by, Anivia doing Anivia things, hitting the R button, but phenomenal play there and pushing himself to the limit despite being at a health resource disadvantage in that fight.
Yeah, it was a big play and another big fight happening here. Mike Lacey forced to flash over the wall as the solar flare comes on through. So they're gonna get stunned up, and now Yorick pushing forward. The equalizer lands onto a lot of members, and they're getting pretty low. Nubili gonna get slain by Alves, who also will pick up Valentere there in the side. Fallen gets taken out by Vrang. The Nami collapses as well, and it's turning into a disaster for SCT. They take a fight they cannot win, and an ace will go over to TMG.
That is, quite tragic. Again, to win a game, you got to play to your win conditions or avoid playing to your opponents. And what SCG and what the blue team wants to do is fight next to these walls where they can get everybody grouped up. You can see right here, Rumble's ultimate move is getting 3 to 4 different targets, and then they get locked down and forced to fight into this. So lots of DPS coming there, and Uter, who tries to separate the Varus and the Anivia, is gonna get punished in a 3v1 trade there. And so it's a tough spot to be. And when you're up against these walls, the amount of directions, the amount of options you have in terms of movement, where you can go, how you can dodge, is a lot more limited, a lot more predictable, and it's easy to get set up like that. 5 kills going over the TMG. I don't know where the S was coming from. And they're able to get the third Drake as well, putting them at soul point. One more dragon gives them a powerful Infernal Dragon buff.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul will be really absurd, especially on Rumble and Varus. Like, that's just so much pain, especially with the Equalizer. They should, be able to shred right through SCT. And like you said, like that fight, it was really a lot that Equalizer just burned through, like 3 to 4 members just sitting on it. You can't be sitting there. And then when they got off, Narch just threw them back on it. So overall, yeah, that was just a very good use of the ultimates. Very good, just synergy between these players. They're on point with their communication. And now JJ is nice is going to be roast fish today. Gets burned up. Alves goes on a killing spree. And oh boy, SET wheels are starting to get a little loose. Oh man, it might be starting to come off.
All right, Valentere trying to avoid getting caught here and will successfully be able to do so as Leona throws out her E. But he is not out of the danger zone just yet. Rumble is looking for an opportunity to go in, hovering and looking for more information, getting some decent ward vision up in their top side quadrant, now having an angle to cut off the Yorick.
Yeah, Nubili trying to get out. Alves is here though, and we'll just torch him. Oh my goodness. Didn't even need the Gnar. His damage alone is absurd, and he has some good items on him right now. He just shreds the magic resist, gets the burns going, and he can get you from being tanky to squishy in a matter of seconds, as now they're looking to chase down Fallen and Valentere. Mike Lacey on the side here trying to get a little bit of poke back. But this Rumble, 9, 3, and 7, you gotta think that they, well, what's the word? They're just like sweating from the fire. There we go. Trying to get a good fire pun in there.
I was going to say the word is bird. Bird is a word, and Anivia is looking to set up some powerful plays here, either with a wall or a phenomenally well-placed stun. Unfortunately, none of it connects, and so they might have the choice to reset here, giving SCT a bit of a window to decide if they want to pressure and contest the Baron or if they want to put pressure elsewhere. But TMG scraps that idea, goes for the Baron, and I think the play here is to force SCG to respond or concede.
Yeah, and they are going to respond here. Got the Yorick rotating down. He is going to try to put the pressure on the mid lane. The Equalizer comes out, but not going to hit that many people as they go on in with the Solar Flare landing on Fallen. Frang going to pick up that kill. The Galio is in. He's going to ult out, though. Going to stop Terps from getting that big ultimate up. Mike Lacey going to pick up Eudora there, but he will trade back to Deli. New Billy forced to flash over the wall. Valentere, though, dashes on in, getting really aggressive looking at the kills. Flashes over, looking for Frang. Going to use the cleanse to try to chase him, but the ultimate just keeps slowing him, and he is going to give up on that hunt. But 1 for 2 goes in TMG's favor, but they are forced off the Baron.
Honestly, SDT almost had that fight. It came down to the placement of some of the moves here. Now, the Rumble is a bit of a whiff, as not many targets are going to get hit by that. Leona does lock one of them in down close, does get the Uter from that, and multiple people are going to be knocked up by the Galio as he tries to retreat and create this barrier for his backline carries. Leona re-engages, hoping to lock somebody down and keep them there, which does allow them to pick up the Galio, and the Anivia has a well-placed wall, but unfortunately the flash will take them out. Lucian now try to count out the Anivia, will be stuck by the slow, gets caught by the stun, uses the cleanse, but there's too much distance, and a new slow will make it too dangerous for him to proceed.
Yeah, and I saw that in that fight, the Mega Gnarl. If you don't know what that is, it's also just called Gnar. He kind of whiffed that. I don't think he actually hit a single member. If any, he pushed them out of an engage. As I speak of engages, Terps gonna blow up. JJ is nice, and now Valentere on the side trying to run Mike Lacey, and Fallen eating that equalizer, and the slow trying to run away. Fallen will give his life to allow Dillity to go on a killing spree and get Mike Lacey out. But the Yorick, the split push, it's online, and he is just barreling his way down. Terps trying to teleport down there to stop this Yorick. Valentere in the mid lane also shredding that up. The turret will fall. 2 turrets to SCT, so they are managing to make trades. They can't win the fights, but they can win in the enemy objective game. But they are going to lose out on the neutral as Soul is over to TMG. And wow, look at that fire burn, New Billy. He is getting roasted, and not Rumble's not even here.
All right, score is 27-17 in favor of TMG, but the goal differentials are not that big. It's only about 2,500 in favor of TMG, as SZT was able to pick up a handful of towers thanks to a successful split push by Nubly. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The ways to win a game is you play to your win con or deny the opponent theirs. And in this case, what SZT wants to do is leverage their strength as strong individuals and split pushers, and that's exactly what they did. A new play, though, breaking out in the top lane.
Yeah, they're trying to deny SCT a backing opportunity now, and they aren't going to be able to fully succeed on that. JJ is nice, I guess, dissuaded them from continuing that. You don't know where everyone is at the moment, so you don't want to give the chase too hard and throw your lead. It's only 3,000 gold, so not massive, but TMG still in control with the Soul, but losing a lot of their base turrets. I mean, they're almost even in turrets overall. I think they're 2 turrets less than we see on the side of SZT, but yeah, 1 turret down. Why am I missing a turret? Am I missing one? No, wait, that should be 7. No, okay. Oh, the mid turret. I missed that they took that. I'm really confusing myself. I'm looking at the mini map and I'm like, I see a turret. Nope, that's the inhibitor. Silly me. But yeah, still surprisingly SCT keeping it close despite not having that Soul, despite the more synergistic comp from TMG. And do you think they're about to start the Baron here?
I think they're absolutely going to start the Baron here right now. Yorick is not going to be there to play. He could TP in, but I think that there's just too much burn damage from TMD. Instead, SCT needs to push and go for the towers or find some way to kind of be a little bit of a disruption here and stop them from getting back. Unfortunately, though, just due to placements, it will not be a feasible play for them. Several resets happen. They get a chance to go back to base, and now they're in position to defend. So SCT needs to weather the storm or buy out time by continuing to eliminate waves and keep up the pressure.
Yeah, they've got to try to buy time against this Baron. They will manage to at least get the waves pushed in, so it will take a bit for TMG to get those out, especially with that inhibitor broken on the top side. You already see the super minions building, so a lot of this Baron could end up being utilized to just save the base. Though, so far, TMG's members are getting pretty aggressive, getting pretty far forward. Fallen, though, might be caught out here. Goes unstoppable. The Solar Flare will come through. The ult, though, from Mike Lacey and the Tidal Wave. Oh, Eudora might have gone in too far, but is going to be forced to flash out. Meanwhile, in the back, Valentere separated, but does ult onto Terps. The flash forward from Alves will be enough. The fire lets him go unstoppable, and now, oh, it's going to be hard. SCT's got to get out here. The equalizer lands onto a double kill, a triple kill, a quadra kill for the Rumble, but it will not be the Penta. Deli will steal it for the ace for TMG, and you've got to think with the Baron up, this has got to be the end, but let's watch how that happened one more time.
All right, they're stuck here in a very deep pocket. There are a lot of walls all around them. Movement is very limited. Lucian on the top side trying to separate them by applying pressure to back low, but will get caught by the zero eye of the Rumble, forced to a trade that he can't win. Just get stat check there. Their escape route has to be back through the jungle, but because they're all grouped like this, they have nowhere to go when the equalizer is dropped, taking out 3 different targets in a matter of milliseconds.
Yeah, and with that, TMG will equalize this series at 1-1 off the back of a big Rumble. I'm starting to see a trend here. These games are getting very determined by jungle. First game, Viego determined a lot of it. This game, the Rumble determining a lot of it. This is a jungle-focused series we're seeing so far, and I think it's you know, now correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like we're gonna have to really watch these jungle pools as we go into the next couple drafts to see what they're gonna pick, because I feel like we're gonna see them on a lot more of these carry-orientated jungles this game, this series.
That's certainly one way to interpret it, and I get to see why that's the case. Viego and Rumble were both major players, but I'm going to make the argument that it's more of a team fight-centric series. The team with the better team fight won game 1, and then the team with the better team fight won game 2. There's a lot of utility, there's a lot of synergy between the different players, enabling multiple conditions to win. Rumble gets set up by the Leona. Rumble can be set up by the Anivia. Anivia can be a win condition in and of herself, who pairs very well with Rumble or with the Leona. And Varus could even take away with the game. So there's a lot of different directions that they can go, different ways to set up the fight and different ways to execute, which means their eggs are not all in one basket. And that type of utility, that type of flexibility is what you need for an ever adapting game like League of Legends.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it is, you know, another thing to look at is like you were saying, is that team fighting. And we saw it this time. SZT did not really draft. Honestly, we felt there wasn't a lot of synergy with the comp as a whole. It definitely wasn't a team fighting comp, not when you're running Yorick in there. But I think they could take away the positives that they still kept it close. I mean, they did break the inhibitors. They kept it close in the turrets. If they're looking that good with a kind of unsynergistic comp, I'm curious to see if the synergies are better. Will this be a lot easier for them? We saw game number 1 when they matched compositions, like had somewhat similar styles of compositions, that it went very well for them. So maybe just, you know, don't get too in your head in the draft and focus on making sure that your comp kind of stylizes, like it all goes cohesively together. That might be the important thing, like the most important part so far.
There are a lot of different ways you can break down strategies. In some cases, it's a bit of rock, paper, scissors. In other ways, it's, you know, comfort versus style. And if you're really comfortable playing one way and you draft a different style, there's going to be a bit of a disconnect here. What almost said SKT. SZT had the ability to win this game. They had a couple moments where they got ahead and they played their win conditions, but some of these key central fights, they went as a team. They defaulted to those behaviors of playing as a team fighting composition, which they were not equipped to do, and that ended up spelling their doom. Had they approached it differently, had been more prepared, or had more practice on that style of play, they could have been successful. So it's not necessarily the draft as so much it is the disconnect between the standard behavior, style of play, and the draft that they have. I'll be interested to see if they go in another direction or if they go back to saying, look, we like team fight compositions. We tend to play team fight compositions. That's where we're most comfortable. That's our territory. Let's maximize our strengths instead of trying to look for their weaknesses and go all in on that.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see. I think they might go back to the team fight comp. I think it works so well for them. No reason to rock the boat. If you have something that works, just keep using it till it just do it until it doesn't work. Make sure you have something else in the pocket, but just you do what keeps working. You don't need to change it up every single time. And the team fighting worked great. I want to see it back. I do want to say before we go to our quick break, Sems has given us an update on the other series going on right now. So Ely versus SPMT Spearmint, 2-0 right now for Ely, while Ely's, their sister team, is 2-0 up on Doggo, and XSVR is 2-0 up on IDV. So this is the only series that isn't in a 2-0 spot right now. And, I think that makes it even better of a broadcast because it's more hype of a series.
That makes one of us. I mean, I love close series as a viewer, as a caster. I always hope for a clean 2-0, 3-0. Not that I want anyone to be unsuccessful, but I do want to go to bed.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand that. It's only 7 o'clock for me, so I've got all the time in the world till then. But we'll see how far this series goes when we return right after this break.
that Nivea has spotted the Galio, so they are aware, but this could be a 3v2 collab, as Newbly is now getting collabed by Turks and the Rumble.
Yeah, the ult coming out from Mike Lacey. They will lose the Yorick, but can he get anything else? No, the Gnarl will knock him into the wall. He's stunned up, trap, and a double kill over to Alves. Standard, I think, position overall for these. Strong, like you said, strong aggression, looking more for counterplay and Valentere. There it is, the counterplay. Eudora going back in after the engage, but it's not enough. Deli will fall. Valentere gonna pick up that kill. He is ignited though, so has to be careful. Eudora could look for a quick step in this fight as the dragon is started up. Hextech Dragon. And before the soul comes out, the ultimate coming through. The equalizer is gonna drop, but Udyr is in. The solar flare will stun him up, and he will get shut down. Terps teleports on in. Eudora, they're looking to grab him, but they just can't. Mike Lacey and Valentere diving in fail to accomplish it. And 3 for nothing. Forced to flash out, meanwhile in the back, Valentere separated, but does ult onto Terps. The flash forward from Alves will be enough. The fire lets him go unstoppable, and now, oh, it's gonna be hard. SCT's gotta get out here. The equalizer lands onto a double kill, a triple kill, a quadra kill for the Rumble, but it will not be the penta. Deli will steal it for the ace. He kind of whiffed that. I don't think he actually hit a single member. If any, he pushed them out of an engage. As I speak of engages, Terps gonna blow up. JJ is nice, and now Valentere on the side trying to run Mike Lacey and Fallen eating that equalizer, and the slow trying to run away. Fallen will give his life to allow Dillady to go on a killing spree and get Mike Lacey out. But
Now, Yorick is not going to be there to play. He could TP in, but I think that there's just too much burn damage from TMD. Instead, SCT needs to push and go for the towers and find some way to kind of be a little bit of a disruption here and stop them from getting back. Unfortunately, though, just
done. Gonna land on to Valentere. Here comes Mike Lacey with the ult. They're trying to maybe pick up. Terps flashing over. Find it now. Mike Lacey gonna be the one to fall. Deli is coming through, but here comes New Billy. Valentere gonna pick up Terps. Here, gonna pick up New for New Billy. Deli gonna get the trade back on the AD carry for a double kill. Engage opportunity. There might be looking to get this kill. The dive on in the flat from Alves. They are going to secure that one pretty easily. The bubble will not be enough. Alves will get the shield to just keep him alive. Fallen is down. Maybe he's going to get some cleanup. He is rushing down. I thought he was going to have gonna land on to Valentere. Here comes Mike Lacey with the ult, though. They're trying to maybe pick up another kill here. Gotta be careful, though. Ooh, Terps flashing over, looking for Valentere. Isn't able to find it now. Mike Lacey gonna be the one to fall. Deli is coming through, but here comes New Billy. Valentere gonna pick up Terps here. Gonna pick up Euphoria for New Billy. Deli gonna get the trade back onto the AD carry for a double kill, but yeah, it was a big play and another big fight happening here. Mike Lacey, of course, flashed over the wall as the solo player comes on through. Gets stunned up, and now Yorick pushing forward. The equalizer lands onto a lot of members, and they're getting pretty low. New Billy gonna get slain by Alves, who also will pick up Valentere there in the side. Fallen gets taken out by Ring. The Nami collapses as well, and it's turning into a disaster here. Kill the dive on in the flash from Alves. They are gonna secure that one pretty easily. The bubble will not be enough. Alves will get the shield to just keep him alive. Fallen is down here. Maybe he's going to get some cleanup. He is rushing down. Looking to get on to Deli, but there's 3 members here. Can he take this? He's going to get the Phoenix stance. He hasn't thrown it yet. He's trying to get on top of Deli, but he isn't going to be able to. The Phoenix stance is not enough to finish anyone off. And oh, JJ is going to on it with that Deli to death. I thought he wasn't going to have enough damage with that, but he does. An SCT manages to break back the kills. Oh wait, they might be done. This might not be done. I'm so sorry. No, there's still more going. Alves and Fallen pulling it out. It's gonna be the Phoenix Warfare pick up. Fallen's gonna pick up 1 kill. Gonna pick up a second. Still trade is coming out from Mike Lacey. They will lose the Yorick, but can he get anything else? No, the Gnarl will knock him in the wall. He's stunned up, trapped, and a double kill over to Alves. Standard, I think, position overall for these. Strong, like you said, strong aggression looking here. There is the counter to Yorick going back in. But it's not enough. Kelly will fall on. Got to be careful, though. Ooh, Terps flashing over, looking for Valentere. Isn't able to find it now. Mike Lacey gonna be the one to fall. Deli is coming through, but here comes New Billy. Valentere gonna pick up Terps here. Gonna pick up Euphoria for New Billy. Deli gonna get the... Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Conquerors League quarterfinals. We're jumping right on into draft to get into all the action, and TMG SZT 1-for-1 right now in this series, the only series in the quarterfinals so far to have a 1-1 scoreline.
It's been back and forth, and as we decided, there are a couple telltales of who will be the deciding team, which has predominantly been decided by the compositions and the styles that they play. And it's been 100% accurate so far this series, and it might be accurate again. Curious to see what the teams will bring out now that many high-tier champions of these playstyles are removed. There's no Leona, there's no Nami, there's no Rel, there's no Lulu, no Galio, no Oriana, no Rumble, no Viego, no Orin, and no Cassante.
Yeah, and TMG continuing to be on the blue side. SCT picking red for themselves again this time. They really like that counter pick. Oh,
the J-Dog.
The J-Dog. Jarvan coming out for the side of TMG. I want to say it's a flex, but I feel like we're just going to see it in the jungle. I don't really see a lot of support Jarvans in the leagues. Don't
support Jarvan.
I support Jarvan.
Don't do it.
I am also a weird support player.
Don't do it.
My best support is Vi.
Look at me. You're making me upset. You don't take Jarvan support. We don't do that here.
I used to. Not anymore.
We don't do that. No. Jarvan stays in the jungle. And he can do this. Pair this with the MF. MF's got a beautiful team composition coming from TMG. I like this, but what I wouldn't like to see would be a Jarvan in the support lane. And thank almighty that they took the Seraphine, who can combo with the MF. Beautiful team comp on the side of TMG. Keep them in the jungle.
Yeah, we were saying with SCT, hey, if you're going to play split push, you might as well just take Ezreal, and there you go. There's the Ezreal. So that's going to come out for them with the Karma. So very poke heavy for SCT with that split push. Gwen, I guess they really want to continue with that style, though it could still be team fight. I mean, Karma and Ezreal do have an ability to be in that. Karma with the big shields, and Ezreal with, just being Ezreal, can do kind of anything. And as we go further into this, the mid lane's looking for the ban, going to be the ban choice here for both these teams. No top lane bans. I mean, obviously for TMG it would make sense because Gwen's up, but I'm surprised SCT didn't drop any.
Maybe they weren't too sure what the ban, and so they're just going to target the remaining lane, what might be the most predictable, going to be that center lane. And that's a Braum support, and that Karma could be Karma mid or Karma top. Very interesting flex there.
I like the Braum. I think that's great. Into Seraphine Misfortune, like it's like the biggest counter. You're like, okay, you don't get to shoot anything. Bye. So good choice there, keeping the team alive, preventing them from really getting engaged. And if they do go with the split push, the Mordekaiser and the Malzahar to round out TMG's comp. So again, team comp looking to make picks and make a nice fight, looking for solid layers and layers of ultimates landing to just take everyone out. And it's gonna be the Olaf for SCT.
I like Olaf here as well. He's hard to lock down. They have a way that can really CC him, although Mordekaiser still rips his stats with his ult. So it goes either direction. I've seen this matchup go heavily one way or another when it comes to Mordekaiser and Olaf, and it comes down to timing. I like TMG's draft here, except for the Malzahar. I think it's a bit of an awkward pick, but to be fair, there are a lot of mid laners that got removed.
Yeah, so the Olaf top confirmed Gwen in the jungle. I agree with you on that Malzahar. It does feel weird. Like you have all this like AoE, like bursting people, but then you have the single target Malzahar. He's not going to stop Olaf. It's Olaf ult. You can't stop him. And I don't really see any other good targets. Maybe I guess if they team fight and Gwen gets on top of somebody, but feels, I don't know. I agree. It feels kind of a weird choice. It might also just be to keep the Karma in lane, the prevent her from really going anywhere. She doesn't have, I mean, the Q is a good tool, but like Malzahar will always outpush you because it's Malzahar, and Space Aids is just OP. But yeah, we're gonna roll on into the game right away. I think I agree with you. I think TMG's comp overall looks stronger to me. I think that SET, I think they're just cooking a little too much. Or maybe they're just cooking so above our level that like they're Gordon Ramsay to our McDonald's burger flipper, and they're just way above our knowledge on this. I don't know. We'll have to see as we get underway for game number 3 of this best of 5 series. Who will put themselves on to match point? Malice, what are you looking to see in these first couple minutes?
I want to see Jarvan make plays, very aggressive plays. If he goes for a 4 camp clear or 5 camp clear, I'll be happy. But if he goes for a full clear, I think he's going to lose too much tempo to the Gwen. Gwen is going to be power farming to level 6. If she goes for a gank, it should be a counter gank, or it should be if one of the side lanes overextends, because that is the only situation where she will have enough time to run down her opponents.
Yeah, gotta get the time to chase. And Mike Lacey, gotta be careful. Karma has a solid early game, one of the few champions with an ult to start out, and there's the payoff for it. Terps getting stunned up on top of it and gonna go down. First blood gonna go over to JJ is nice. Might be a second too. Vrang on the run, getting a heal from Eudora. Now Nubility forced to flash out. Oh, the flag from the Jarvan, not quite enough, and he doesn't have the drag to pull himself forward. Doesn't have that level 2 yet, so 1-0 starting this out. SET in a good position.
Imagine getting strong Braum into that one. That is a pretty difficult position to be, but they keep going for that invade, that same position every single game, and it was a good read on the side of SET. They're able to isolate somebody with the Braum passive, get that early stun, get that early chunk damage, and get that first blood. Only 2 minutes into the game and already up by a 500 gold advantage.
And speaking of advantage, new Billy with an advantage in that fight takes the level 1 on Terps and got his flash too. Oh, that's a rough spot to be in.
All right, he goes in. He is going to be out trading a little bit here. There's not high base damage on the Mordekaiser this early in. He is going to get some damage from the minions. Almost loses this. So the flash is just a second too late. And I think if he flashes earlier, and Olaf takes a little bit more damage from the minions as he tries to retreat, and then a flash Q for the knockout might be the play. But today, it goes over the side of Nubly, the dueling top lane king.
Yeah, we started this series talking about Terps. You know, he wasn't in last week's series for TMG. A lot of people, you know, talking about how strong he is and thinking, oh, you know, this, like, if they 3-1 and look pretty good in without him, like, how will they look even better with? Will they look a lot better with him? And it hasn't really been the case. I feel like while he had good Gnar ultimates last game, most of this series so far in the top lane has been new Billy really taking the leads, really winning out in the 1v1s, being effective in rotating and getting plays around the map. Last game, a little bit rougher, but still managed to make the Yorick in a very strange comp work. So I think you know, we got to really give new Billy the props. He has just been a factor, like an X factor for SZT that I think a lot of, like, we really haven't put too much emphasis on, but he's been good.
He's been fantastic, and it pays off in dividends. No action comes out here in a short minute. I'll tell you guys a little bit about performance coaching and some sports psychology. But before I can get that out, Fallen looks to make a play in the mid lane. Yeah,
Varang getting really low, does burn the flash, but the Karma Q, not quite enough damage yet to finish that off. And now Alves is here. He is 4. He could look for a flag and drag. He is going to go for it. Mike Lacey forced a flash, and getting Alves is out with the tether. So 3 flashes down, and no one dies.
All right, 4 minutes in the game. Score is 0-2 in favor of SZT, currently up by a 700 gold advantage. Program's draft score favors the SZT composition, which, you know, I would have to say they won off the draft. The Braum, I think, cinched it. Braum is such a powerful counter to Seraphine and MF both individually, let alone together in the same game. That's going to be hard for them to overcome, especially as their main combo is to synergize those ults with Jarvan.
Yeah, I agree entirely. The Braum, it could really be the X factor for this series if JJ can hit some good shields. Even if he can't hit the shield, if he can use Braum's ultimate and stop the MF ult, that's worth it alone. Like that alone is enough to really mess up this fighting style that TMG is looking for. Like you said, it's using Alv's ultimate to set up for Seraphine and Deli to get the MF ult off. And if you could stop the MF ult, well, then that's a lot of that power gone. And it's already off to a good start for them both. Braum not having a chance yet to go back and use that gold he got from the first blood. Hopefully he will get to soon. And topside, Olaf already back with that longsword could actually allow him to get a little bit of a lead before Mord starts getting, the Rift Maker and the other items online.
All right, 5 minutes and 30 seconds to the score. The game is still 0-2 in favor of SZT. Couple of exchanges coming out here as both teams start to gravitate towards the Dragon, but looks like TMG has the priority on the play.
Yeah, but can they get out? Fallen got Eudora pretty low, and he's forced to flash on out. They are suppressing Fallen with Vrang's ultimate, the Malzahar ult doing wonders there. Now JJ looking to maybe pick up Eudora. Can he get the last auto? And he will, and that will allow them to claim the Feat of War before he goes down. That's the support you like to see. And on the top side, Nubilis takes down Terps in another 1v1. Oh, wait, hang on. Valentere. Oh, he doesn't have enough mana to E forward. He would have gotten that kill, I think. Now, Mike Lacey looking for Deli. Doesn't have the enhanced ultimate, though, and is going to get taken down. The flash over the Q is good for Deli. And Valentere, no mana. Deli could look. Oh, the flag in drag just barely misses. Goes a little too far over the wall with the flag. So the SZT AD carry walks out, and 3 for 4 overall.
All right, has some action happen in the top lane during this. A top lane solo kill breaking out. We're reacting in live time. Looks like an exchange between Olaf and the Mordekaiser. Olaf is going to run straight at the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is not going to be able to out-trade him or out-sustain the damage from Olaf. And Olaf just runs it down. A stat check. Beautiful observation from Nubly, realizing he had the opportunity to execute that play.
Yeah, and like we were saying, you got to give a lot of props to him. He's really held his own against Terps in this bot lane, really taking command of the lane. And now up 2 kills, up 6 CS. But as you said earlier in this series, that's about 30 CS worth of gold or so that he's got extra on top of him. So he has built himself a pretty solid lead here in this top side. And as if you're playing into an Olaf and you see him starting to get fed like this, you start sweating bullets a little bit because nothing you have can stop him when he's in Ragnarok.
It's incredibly difficult. And as they say, compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. Every kill he gets, the more gold he gets, the stronger he is, the more opportunity he has to pick up more and more kills. Like the exchange we see happening right here.
Yeah, we are seeing Terps use the ultimate, but the flash coming through from Nubilly, and he will go on a killing spree because of that. So trading the ult and the flash for ult and flash gets him a lead, gets him these turret plates, and he just continues to run away with this game. We've been talking about, what's the team fight going to look like? I'm actually more worried for how TMG is going to deal with this Olaf at this point.
It's gonna be difficult, and it's not just the game, the problem you're facing in front of you. It's the problem that's inside, the problem that's inside your mind. When I work with players, when I work with teams, I like to tell them about something we call the cognitive triangle. How we feel affects how we think, and how we think affects how we act. And this type of pressure can really set a player behind. But fortunately, V-Rang coming in and coordinating with their team gives a ray of hope to TMG as they pick up a kill on the Gwen.
Yeah, Fallen going too far forward there. And speaking of too far, JJ is nice. Probably didn't need to shield all of that once his AD carry got out. I guess trying to protect the wave, but almost dies there. But yeah, like you were saying, Fallen getting picked off there. V-Rang doing a good job rotating up, and Fallen not respecting the enemy mid lane ability to stop him. He's not Olaf. He can be stopped by the Malzahar ultimate, and it looked like Al's was looking to maybe dive top, but I don't think diving the 3-0 Olaf is the wisest choice a team could make now.
I don't think so either. He looked at it, he assessed and realized it wasn't the play, and he went for something with a better probability. Bot lane having some exchanges down here. Ezreal barely evading the snare from Eudora. One of the things that's interesting to me is that despite Braum being a hard counter to the MF and the Seraphine, MF and Seraphine are doing some really good work down here. MF currently up by almost 10 CS.
Yeah, and also has the kill. All the kills bot lane has gotten have all gone to the Braum, so he better make good use of those. He has so far got the Merc Treads, help him get out of those stuns a bit quicker so he can be more effective for his team, be able to reposition, use his abilities to disrupt anything from them. But yeah, it's definitely a tale of bot lane looking a little bit more solid, mid lane as well, but top lane just being all the SCT show. So the team's playing through different lanes this time around, and we'll have to see if they can pay dividends. So far SCT I think has paid off more. They are up 800 gold, but if I'm TMG, where am I looking to make a play in these next couple minutes, Malice?
It's going to have to be the bot lane here. That's where you have the most synergy. And as I like to tell people, when things go wrong, don't go with them. Focus on your strength. And you don't have strength in the top lane right now. Your best probability play is around the Malzahar and around the bot lane. And that has been what has worked for them. All of their kills are on Malzahar, Jarvan, or MF.
Yeah, those are the people you want these kills on. I mean, you want some on Mord too, but he can kind of stave that off at Alves. Looking for Fallen, he is gonna ult onto it. There's the combo, Eudora and MF over the top. They only pick up one though. Mike Lacey is here, but you're a Karma. What really can you do? The flash over the wall. Oh, the ultimate I spoke too soon. Karma had not used it. I mean, not Karma. Seraphine hadn't used it, and it pays off to hold it. The double kill coming through for her. A overall 3 for 1 because a top lane, again, a kill for Nubili on to Terps, but the Olaf being strong, I feel like doesn't matter if the rest of your team is losing.
We'll see another replay on that. A beautiful ult going to come out where Seraphine serves up a deliciously devilish daily double. We see the combo here when they get locked in by the Jarvan. The shield comes up, but it will still be able to get enough damage out from the bullet time. And now they decide to pivot to another target. The target that's close going to be the Braum and the Ezreal here, and they get the extension for the targets here. Beautiful, beautiful ult coming from Eudora.
Yeah, and I think it's just hard to see a bit with things like that. E looked like from a side lance, that first E looked like an ultimate, and I think it also baited SCT. They thought, oh, we've gotten both ults. We can from MF. We got the ults from MF, J4, and Seraphine. We can push this fight. We can try to turn this. And then the Seraphine ult hits, and they go, oh, we messed that up, and it cost them. It definitely cost them. But again, the top side, Olaf 4-0 now, up. Oh, almost 30 CS on the Mordekaiser. A little scary. Don't you agree?
At this point, you have to minimize your losses, but Nubli is going to be baiting him into a bush here, trying to get the bushwhack. It will not substantiate into a kill. Moving back to the mid lane, V-Rang is controlling the wave, pushing it, using his spells and abilities to give him a window to rotate and play.
Yeah, V-Rang more like the lane because this is his lane. He is in complete control with his Malzahar. Now Fallen looking for a play onto Eudora. Not going to find anything though. It's kind of hard to execute the Seraphine when Misfortune is hanging around. But yeah, we haven't really talked too much. V-Rang's Malzahar has really taken control of the mid lane. We said that he had more power to push, more power to really get things going. And it's really showing here. Already about to get his first plate of the game. Probably the only plate because he's only got 20 seconds left. But yeah, what can Mike Lacey really do? He throws a Q, throws a W, but there's just more spells that V-Rang can use to hurt his opponent. But I don't know. How does Mike Lacey really pilot? How should he be piloting the Karma in this situation?
Short exchanges, they out-trade with the Q, and I don't know if you caught it in that last fight there, but Mike Lacey actually stepped into V-range, closer to V-Rang in order to avoid a spell and keep that tether going. They won a micro trade with V-Rang there. Unfortunately, though, that next trade went in the favor of V-Rang, allowing them to continue to control the lane. I want to point out, though, Malzahar, V-Rang the player we were most skeptical about, ends up being one of the saving graces for Team TMG.
Yeah, now Ragnarok born by Nubili. He sees V-Rang, he sees Turps. He hasn't hit anybody yet, though, so the ultimate will come down. Fallen is here, though. Nubili just super low, doesn't really want to take this fight, and Turps getting low, but it's not going to matter because the Gwen is a lot further behind than the Olaf, and so he takes the kill. V-Rang looking to maybe finish something. Alves looking to maybe dive on, and he does go in onto the Olaf, but you have to respect him. But maybe not that much, as Alves gets away by the skin of his teeth. We're going to get a replay on this, see how it all kind of broke out with that fight.
All right, Nubli is going to go for a proxy here. It's clearing out the way from behind, then goes into the bushes, gets to engage on Turpix, and they are able to avoid the Mordekaiser ult using his own, but he's on the escape, looking to possibly turn when Gwen gets in there, but he has to keep leaving, making a 2v1 scenario. Suppression coming in for the Malzahar, taken, fallen out. Now Jarvan cutting off the escape, allowing them to set up in a dive, gets the ult, pops off his shield with the W, and is able to survive the 3 tower shots by only 19 HP.
Oh, such a close one. That's just the closest kind of play. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, a play already developing here. Steli got pretty low, but did manage to trade back into the Ezreal and the Braum. So comes out just fine. And Karma here as well. We're starting to see the trouble with this as Mike Lacey gets the root on to Deli, and now Deli hit with the passive from the Braum is ignited and is gonna get shut down. Braum taking another kill here, trying to be the real carry for this team.
16 minutes in the game, score is now 9-7 with a 500 gold lead in favor of TMG. Despite having a really rough start with the Mordekaiser into the Olaf, they have managed to claw their way back into the game with some favorable plays everywhere else on the map, from the jungle, from the mid lane to the bot lane. MF currently up 2 kills on their counterpart. Malzahar 3-0-5, an 8 kill participation, nearly 90% of their team's kills. Crazy to see them involved like this.
Yeah, and it's good for TMG. They really needed it after the rough start to the game that Nubili put their top laner in. They're going to take the turret, though, the first ones to get in. It is the first turret of the game, and the feat's still not claimed yet. Both teams still sitting. Actually, wait, is it claimed? It is claimed. Oh, sorry, it is. Sorry, the graphic, a little buggy. It has been claimed. I'm looking at the boots. TMG is going to get the feats. Don't worry for production. I think it's just an issue with the client spectator. And that is all good because it is nice to see TMG get that. I think they've lost both of the feats in the last 2 games. So good to see them get it this time, as we now see Mike Lacey find himself in a really difficult position. We were talked about the Karma, rough out of lane, has struggles, very well known to be a win lane, lose game kind of champ. If it doesn't get ahead, doesn't really have good scalings, doesn't have a lot of strong abilities in the toolkit. And Fallen now caught out. 4 members from TMG looking for him. The ult does come out from Braum to try to save his teammate, but it will not be enough. The stun does land almost onto Alves. Just got one more passive proc, but they're not going to find it. Though Mike Lacey getting a good amount of poke, but the teams are kind of battling it out. It's really just SET is winning the top lane, and everywhere else is just looking a little rough right now.
18 minutes in the game, score is 10-7 in favor of TMG, still currently leading by over 1,700 gold. Currently, they have control of the map. They're up by a tower. New objectives not on the board for another 4 minutes. If they're able to leverage the pressure on the bot lane to make some plays happen mid lane, we could see an escalation of the game state.
Yeah, it could escalate very quickly. Like you said, that focus on the bottom side could really blow this game wide open. And with, the Dragons not coming up for a little bit, I don't think we'll see too much pressure there as Eudora manages to dodge any further aggression out of the SZT bot lane. But I think it's going to be a very passive time. So I think it's a good time for us to just kind of talk about where these 2 teams are going in terms of this composition. We're looking at a very traditional fight from TMG. They're going to group up later. They're going to have a very strong team fight, get that wombo like we said. But how does SCT, what is their win condition for this game? How are they going to really pull this game back into their control?
That's really hard for me to say. Olaf is great, but everybody else is just way behind. And while Braum is a good facilitator and a good neutralizer, what MF and Seraphine wants to do, him having 50% of their kills and a lot of the gold on him is not going to allow them to do much else, especially when you have a suppress button like Malzahar that essentially takes one of those remaining 3 players out of the game. Like right here, Karma isn't been able to do anything. There's so much damage on the side of TMG that if they're caught out of position, they just get eliminated.
Yeah, but they do manage to trade 2 back. Fallen will manage to grab a double out of that whole fight, thanks to the Ezreal from Valentere coming over at the top. But it is a double kill for the Malzahar. They trade 3 for 2, but it could have been so much worse for SET as we watch this fight again on the replay.
All right, Braum's going to be able to go onto the Jarvan here, but they get hit by the silence from the Malzahar, and then a double knockout being canceled by the MF ult. They aren't able to prevent it. A massive amount of damage gets in there, giving the benefit over to Team TMG.
Yeah, and now TMG in a solid spot. The Atakan has spawned, but they're not going to be in a position to take it yet. But they're in a good spot to contest it soon, especially with that dragon coming up. We have seen a lot of teams start to prioritize as the season has gone on Atakan as a post-neutral objective. So usually if you win a big team fight, you get the neutral, you go take Atakan right after because he does do quite a bit of damage and can take a while to take down. And I'd say his benefits aren't the biggest or the greatest, but they are pretty nice. The XP is nice. The bonus stats and adaptive force is nice. And yeah, that's just turning into a 2,000 gold lead here for TMG. Dragon up in a minute. I feel like that's got to be the next point we see a fight break out.
I believe it's going to be TMG wants to continue to press that advantage to grab that dragon. They do have a stronger team composition. If Olaf is forced to split push, all that Mordekaiser has to do is defend the tower, kill the wave out from under him, and take some of these favorable trades with his Q, limiting the influence of the Olaf. Olaf is actually losing some of these trades as long as Terps plays them slow and plays them well. And if Olaf can't get a split push going, and it's a 4v4 on the opposite side of the map, it's going to go in the favor of TMG, as we've seen time and time again.
Yeah, and it can continue to go this way if things just maintain as they are. Olaf now not winning as hard in the top lane, is only about 13 CS up. Mordekaiser has come online, has gotten the plated steel caps, has gotten that bramble vest, so a lot of Olaf's ability to stay in these fights has kind of gone out the window, and getting closer to that Leandries combined with the Rylai's could be the big difference maker. There's Alves getting poked down, but the weaker side of SET is the one here. The teleport coming through from Nobility, though, knows the Mordekaiser is on the way down, and he is going to beat him here. So this fight could break out any moment. Now we do see Mord kind of just hanging in the mid lane. He's going to try to take this turret. They may try to give up this Mountain Drake. They may just try to steal it. Ezreal goes to try to stop the wave. Alves goes on in, but he's not going to secure it, though. The ultimates go down. They do manage to also get the Jarvan, and well, the MF ult came over the top. What was that Seraphine ult?
Probably a tactical misplay. Sometimes things just go awry, and you have to let those moments die and focus on the next play and the next opportunity to get by. And Dora is here trying to throw out some abilities to poke out and harass SCT, but SCT looking like they're going to be able to grab that Atacon.
Yeah, now it's going to be a matter of TMG can get out. The ult going to be dropped from Malzahar onto Fallen. It will take him out, but he will die in exchange. And now the question is, can the rest of SET, so low right here, get on out? The flash from Mike Lacey will get him away. And the members of SET are staying. They want to try to defend this tower, but again, so low. Not a lot of mana on Mike Lacey. This might not be the place you make your stand, team. You might want to back off here. And it looks like they're finally deciding to, at least 2 of the members, they're good. Oh, nope, Nobility gonna just stay around as well. So, I don't know, I guess everyone unsure about this turret, but eventually the members start backing off from both sides.
A little bit of hesitancy there, but it looked like they had a pretty good window after that last wave clear. There is something called mirror tracking where you can tell where a wave's going to be by looking at your own wave. And so if your wave is too far away from the tower, you know there is as well, giving you a predictable window of how long you have to get back. Unfortunately, they were worried about the crash. They left some members behind, and they did make sure that tower stays up. We're now 24 minutes into the game. The score is 14-11 in favor of TMG, currently up by 1,800.
Yeah, still, honestly, the goal lead hasn't changed super much in the last couple minutes, so would not be surprised to see it stay as both teams kind of go back and forth in this. It's a SET can do a lot on objectives if they get there first, but ooh, hang on. The Olaf ult has been burned, and now Olaf trying to turn it did wait too long because he couldn't take those turret shots, so he will go down, but at least gets the turret for his team. That's always a win, and might not be worth it though, is Mike Lacey getting dived by Alves and V-Ring on the top side. The ult coming in from the Jarvan, but Fallen is here trying to get V-Ring on the side. The ult will suppress him though. We saw how this went last time. Fallen can do a lot of damage, but that's only if he gets to, and he is CC'd into oblivion now. JJ is nice is here. Eudora getting a big ult onto him, but it is shielded so it doesn't continue. JJ trying to run, trying to ult, trying to get on out. The Mal's ult, I'm sorry, the MF ult will help take over the top for V-Ring to finish that kill, and 4-0 for TMG across the map. Gold lead now expanded to 5,000 from 1,800.
And it's an exact play of the need, and it doesn't end there. They're going to go for the Baron. If they take the Baron, that's going to be another 1,500 gold in their pocket. Not only that, but they get an opportunity to recall, heal up, and make aggressive plays for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, we have to just watch this. I feel like there was no reason for JJ to walk all the way up here after we saw Mike Lacey go down. Fallen, almost getting the kill, but why is your support continuing this after you've already seen it that your team isn't going to like win this fight? JJ isn't able to get out, at least bot space for Valentere to be able to escape, but they're just throwing kills and into the grinder for TMG, and I don't think that's the way they should be doing it. I don't know about you.
Tunnel vision is a thing, and sometimes you're pressured into that. Braum might not have been able to walk back the way he came because of the positioning of Deli and Eudora, meaning that he had to commit to rotating there in the first place. A recognition that maybe that wasn't the place to be the fight and put pressure elsewhere with Valentere might have been the opportunity, the better macro play. But at this level of play, you know, sometimes you just got to stick with your team, good or bad. You're going to do it because that preserves the unity for the next play coming up. Now, 18-11 in favor of TMG. TMG has the Baron and has the tempo to make the play.
And they have the inside track with the teleport coming on through for Terps right on to Valentere, who he gets the ult on top of immediately. The rest of the team, though, trying to stop Alves. Terps is going to get that kill. Nubility was trying to get Alves, but he just goes down. They do manage to trade down Terps with Fallen, but they will lose JJ's Nice in the process. So 1 for 3 going in favor of TMG. Maybe looking for a fourth here. Alves looking for Fallen. The ult is down though, so can't really lock him up. And oh boy, this is a rough spot to find. Fallen actually going back in. What are you doing, buddy? Deli goes on a rampage, and now it's 4 for 1 in favor of TMG.
Momentary lapse in judgment. TMG has a couple of options here. They can push the mid lane. It's about to crash and go to bot lane or go for the dragon. But we're going to take to a replay here as we see the Mordekaiser come in immediately on top, pops the ult onto the Ezreal, eliminating the threat of being caught out of position while isolating the Ezreal, allowing him to get a bunch of stats and return to the fight from the backline. We also see Gwen being eliminated from the fight due to the ultimate coming from Seraphine and connecting, preventing them from taking any action. With 2 of them out of the play, it ended up going to a 4v3 in favor of TMG. Not only that, but they have the gold advantage. They have multiple threats with more gold and more items. And they're able to pick people apart very quickly, turning what was a 4v3 into a 4v2 into a 4v1.
Yeah, and you gotta know, Mike Lacey wasn't really able to get much done. Oh, hang on, Alves looking for another engage onto JJ is Nice, who is gonna probably get run down here. He does flash, so he will escape just by the skin of his teeth. Oh, the flash forward from range is gonna grab onto the Ezreal, and he will go down. Deli will pick up that kill, and now 4 members, actually make it 3 because Nubility is bot lane. So this should be a free inhibitor tower and an inhibitor for the side of TMG. They're going to crack that turret. Alves goes on in. They're going to lock up Mike Lacey. The ult coming in over the top for Eudora to keep him there, and Terps will finish it off. Now the bounty's down. 2 members of SCT are here to try to stop the Nexus turrets. Nubili, you gotta start backing, buddy. Fallen trying to do everything he can. They will lose a turret. He will get turrets, but he will fall. And now it's just JJ and the Olaf first the world. Deli trying to get out, forced to flash, forced to burn the barrier, but it will not be enough. They will take the Braum down with him, but Nubili will kill the 80 carry and kill the momentum TMG was running with right here. The Ezreal does not land, and they stopped the end, but you got to expect it's coming soon for TMG.
Tough spot to be in, though. We look at the replay here, and we see the MF using their ult to zone them off of the tower, creating space for the tower. They do trade 1-for-1, but there's only one member up with Braum. If Olaf doesn't come in, that was going to be a game. But Olaf is going to be able to win this fight with the Braum's help. It is 2v3, but he's a greater portion of their team's influence, and because he's so strong, he's able to get a massive shutdown on the Misfortune. I don't know if you saw that, but that shutdown was 1,090 gold.
A huge shutdown, and it has propelled Olaf to his third item of the game, being up there, so a good spot to find himself in. But I also want to call out that, while he was getting that turret, the team did lose quite a bit, and now their base isn't, just gutted down the middle. Someone's going to have to stay on defense because they could easily end it if no one is careful. Billy will grab this top side turret, so they are still trying to make plays happen. They're not going to go quietly into the night. The ultimate again onto Valenterre. Can Terps finish him off yet again? Now Alves, though, on his own against two, but now he's got some extra company here. The Olaf goes CCMU, and they're looking to get Terps. They will, though, lose Nubili in the process. They'll trade top laner for top laner. JJ is nice, goes down. Eudora also going to pick up a killing spree there, taking down JJ and Mike Lacey. Valenterre now on the run. Alves and Deli trying to hunt him down. He already jumped. Can he go anywhere else? He cannot. Deli will pick up that kill. And again, a trade of 4 kills. This time 2 going back to SCT, but 4 deaths going against them. TMG picking up those kills, and it's fallen against the world as the mid lane is getting pushed down. Those super minions are already there. They're going to try to end the game.
I think they're going to do so. They have a window of about 10 seconds before Braum is there. The super minions are already there. Gwen takes a couple seconds to get in, but Gwen might not be able to eliminate them faster than they can take out the Nexus. Although it looks like the smarter idea is going to be to remove Fallen while you have a 3v1 advantage, meaning when Braum comes out, it's still 1v3, and TMG has a much better chance of closing out just like that against the Braum.
2-1 now for TMG. SCT, they put up a good fight. Top lane was looking so good, but the rest of the lanes were just struggling so much. And despite the monstrous Olaf, I think he was 5-0 at one point, there's just nothing they can do. And they will lose this third game and find themselves staring down the barrel of match point coming up for TMG. And TMG Terps, despite the struggles in the lane, really, I felt came into his own in the team fights. Look at those.
I got stun locked there. I must have got hit by a Cassiopeia ult or something. But we are back here, and we have a couple of the stats to take a look at. And MF, if anybody could have guessed, is the MFer with the most damage in the game, substantially so, but not too far behind is going to be the Malzahar, doing the second most damage in the game. I expect MF to be up there. She's an 80 carry, she's got crit, and she has an ult that can hit multiple targets for over 3,000 to 6,000 points of damage per play. Those ults alone, every time they successfully go off, can get her a whole other increment on that bar. But Malzahar, with mostly single target damage, was able to give her a run for the money and out damage everybody else in the game.
Yeah, and I'm honestly surprised Olaf's was so low after how much damage he did and how aggressive he was. I thought that was going to be a lot higher, but he's not even the highest. They have the second highest on the team. The Karma did more to champions, very surprisingly. So again, I feel like SCT they get in their own heads with the drafting. They're doing too many different things with these comps and not able to really bring it all together. Where TMG, I feel like they're definitely more cohesive. And again, with this comp, we're just much more cohesive than SCT.
it may be a dependence on counter picks. I don't want to dissect their draft and figure out what's going on. The ideas were pretty good there. Olaf is good into Mordekaiser. Gwen is a really strong pick and a possible flex. You could take a top, you could take a jungle, and it was this really smart move with the Karma flex as well. It looked like it was going to be a pokeling Ezreal Karma, but then they saw the MF Seraphine and they adapted the Braum, which I thought was phenomenal. Unfortunately, Ezreal Braum is not the strongest pairing, as Ezreal is more of a spell slinger than an auto attacker, and so he's a bit slower to get those procs than some other more auto attack dependent champions. And with no other frontline other than the support, no other tank than the support, there wasn't a heavy investment into being able to create the space that they need. And so while they have to invade the opposing space, while they have to invade the side of STG in order to get on top of them, STG had very great control. You don't want to walk into the Mordekaiser queue. You don't want to get pulled even deeper into Mordekaiser. If there's a threat, he can isolate somebody. Malzahar can isolate somebody, remove the front line altogether for that matter. And MF and Seraphine were able to slow down and punish a lot of the players that were coming through.
Yeah, and they did an excellent job with that. And now, TMG, after losing that first game, they're 2-0. They are on match point. They are looking to book a ticket to the semifinals and split push Zilean top. I hope we don't see this a split push Zilean top. I don't think that would be that great, but I feel like they're trying to play around these kind of split pushers in the top lane. After the first game, it's been Olaf and Yorick. If they're gonna do that, I feel like the comps kind of worked around what they had, but you've got to be more safe in the bottom lanes. You've got to keep things even. Just let your top laner get ahead, just absorb losses in the other lane without dying, and just keep the enemy team from snowballing, because that's the way you're going to play that. You've got to play it that way. If you want to have that split pusher going, you need to not be giving the leads elsewhere. Otherwise, it forces you to drag your split pusher down, and then his whole advantage is nullified.
Hey, Raptor.
Yeah.
Hey, Raptor.
Yeah.
Hey, Raptor.
Yeah.
You want to know why they won?
Why?
Because they kept up Jarvan in the jungle.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you? You're never going to let me.
No, I'm not.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, the only other thing that we'll have to see if there's any other wild picks that I bring up that you're going to hate me for in the next draft, but we'll see that in just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Isolate somebody with the Braum passive, get that early stun, get that early chunk damage, and get that first blood. Only 2 minutes into the game and already up by a 500 gold advantage.
And speaking of advantage, new Billy with an advantage in that fight takes the level 1 on Terps and got his flash too. Oh, that's a rough spot to be in.
All right, he goes in. He is going to be out trading a little bit here. There's not high base damage on the Mordekaiser this early in. He is going to get some damage from the minions. Almost loses this. The flash is just a second.
Wants him on Mord too, but he can kind of stay that off at Alps. Looking for Fallen. He is going to ult onto it. There's the combo. Eudora and MF over the top. They only pick up one though. Mike Lacey is here, but you're a Karma. What really can you do? Flash over the wall. Oh, the ultimate I spoke too soon. Karma had not used it. I mean, not Karma. Seraphine had used it, and it pays off to hold it. The double kill coming through for again. Terps finish him off yet again. Now Alves, though, on his own against 2, but now he's got some extra company here. The Olaf goes CCMU, and they're looking to get Terps. They will, though, lose new Billy in the process. They'll trade top laner for top laner. JJ's nice goes down. Eudora also going to pick up a killing spree there, taking down JJ and Mike Lacey. Valentere now on the run. Alves and Deli trying to hunt him down. He already jumped. Can he go anywhere else? He cannot. Deli.
All right, Nubly is going to go for a proxy here. Is clearing out the way from behind. Then goes into the bushes, gets an engage on Turks. and they are able to avoid the Mordekaiser ult using his own, but he's on the escape, looking to possibly turn when Gwen gets in there, but he has to keep leaving, making a 2v1 scenario. Suppression coming in for the Malzahar, taken, fallen out. Now Jarvan cutting off the escape, allowing them to set up in the dive, gets the ult, pops off his shield with the W, and is able to survive the 3 power shots by only press button like Malzahar that essentially takes one of those remaining 3 players out of the game, like right here. Karma isn't been able to do anything. There's so much damage on the side of TMG that if they're caught out of position, they just get eliminated.
Yeah, but they do manage to trade 2 back. Fallen will manage to grab a double out of that whole fight thanks to the Ezreal up from Valentere coming over at the top. But it is a double kill for the Malzahar. They trade 3 for 2. But it could have been so much worse for SET. We watched this fight again. Free inhibitor tower and an inhibitor for the side of TMG. They're gonna crack that turret. Alves goes on in. They're gonna lock up Mike Lacey. The ult coming in over the top for Eudora to keep him there, and Terps will finish it off. Now the bounty's down. 2 members of SCT are here to try to stop the Nexus turrets. New Billy, you gotta start backing, buddy. Fallen trying to do everything he can. They will lose a turret. He will get Terps, but he will fall. And now it's just JJ and the Olaf First the World. Deli trying to get out, forced to flash, forced to burn the barrier, but it will not be enough. They will take the Braum down with him. But New Billy
TMG has the Baron and has the tempo to make the play.
And they have the inside track with the teleport coming on through for Terps right on to Valentere, who he gets the ult on top of immediately. The rest of the team, though, trying to stop Alves. Terps is going to get that kill. Nubility was trying to get Alves, but he just goes down. They do manage to trade down Terps with Fallen, but they will lose JJ's nice on the
stronger he is, the more opportunity. Stronger he is, the more opportunity he has to pick up more and more kills, like the exchange we see happening right here.
Yeah, we are seeing Terps use the ultimate, but the flash coming through from Billy, and he will go on a killing spree because of that. the side of TMG. They're gonna crack that turret. Alves goes on in. They're gonna lock up Mike Lacey. The ult coming in over the top for Eudora to keep him there, and Terps will finish it off. Now the bounty's down. 2 members of SCT are here to try to stop the Nexus turrets. New Billy, you gotta start backing, buddy. Fallen trying to do everything he can. They will lose a turret. He will get turfed, but he will fall. And now it's just JJ and the Olaf versus the World Deli trying to get out. Forced to flash, forced to burn the barrier, but it will not be enough. They will take the Braum down with him, but New Billy and Terps finish him off yet again. Now Alves, though, on his own against 2. Now he's got some extra company here. The Olaf goes CCMU. They're looking to get Terps. They will, though, lose New Billy in the process. Looks right top laner. Top laner JJ is nice, goes down. Eudora also going to pick up a killing spree there, taking out JJ and Mike Lacey. Valentere now on the run out. Jelly trying to hunt him down. He already jumped. Can he go anywhere else? He cannot. Jelly yeah, we're seeing Terps use the ultimate, but the flash coming through from New Billy, and he will go on a killing spree because of that. Advantage New Billy with an advantage in that fight takes the level 1 on turns and his flash to that's wants him on more too, but he can kind of stay that off of Alves. Looking for Fallen, he is gonna ult onto it. There's the combo, Eudora and MF over the top. They only pick up 1 though. Mike Lacey is here, but you're a Karma. What really can you do? The flash over the wall. Oh, the ultimate I spoke too soon. Karma had not used it. I mean, not Karma. Zeragoon had used it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 4, possibly match point here for TMG after what honestly we thought was going to be a good game for SET as Nobility just ran away with it on the Olaf, but TMG bringing it back, winning in other lanes to take the game. And Nobility really is trying to put SET on his back. He really is trying to be the hero for this team.
He certainly is. He had a ferocious start. Was it 4-0 or 4-1 in that top lane? Really brutalizing the Mordekaiser there, winning those early trades. Mordekaiser hung in and made a playback, but nobly pivoting that lead into other lanes, trying to find a way to get his team in. And there was even a, I don't know if I'd call it a desperation play, but a very calculated play towards the end of the game where he goes on a solo mission to get these towers. He trusts his team. He puts the faith in the team. If you pull that for me, I can take their base. Unfortunately, he was forced to recall there, but the idea is there, the pressure is there, the effort is there, and it shines brilliantly.
Yeah, and now looking down at these teams, we're starting to see if this is the correct draft order. Everyone but Nobility has swapped roles for this last game. So SET trying to mix things up, said, hey, this isn't working. Our champion pools aren't going to work for this strategy. We're going to have to swap roles. We're going to really, really throw TMG for a loop here.
As you can see right here, Valentere is on the support, previously playing ADC. Fallen, who I believe was that jungle, is now on ADC. JJ, the previous support, now in the mid lane, and Mike Lassie, who was the mid laner, is now playing jungle. I think I repeated one, but they're all in different roles. It's a complete swap up, with the exception of Noobly. The entire team putting their faith in them, saying, "You remain there. You're doing absolutely golden, and if there is a way out of it, it is with you." That is the type of trust you want to have with your team.
Yeah, that is putting all of the faith in it. That's like that anime style where everyone gets around the MC and is like, we're gonna throw all of our energy into you, and then you're just gonna win it with your super ability. So I'm curious what exactly they have in the tank for this game, as the bans have gone through, definitely changing up for SCT. The Kaisa, I said Karma Kaisa coming in for TMG. We're getting pretty far into these pools. I mean, looking down there's a lot of stuff banned now.
I like the Kaisa. Mommy likes, she looks nice, but following up with Tristana, a very strong engage and repivoting ADC, able to go in and get those blasphemous bombs, as well as split pushing with that Q, and pairing that with the Nautilus, a great way to get a hook into action.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think, a pretty good combo in the lane. It's very easy for Tristana with the rocket jump to follow up on a Nautilus hook. So they can burst targets pretty quickly, and Tristana scales so well into the late game. The Annie coming through for TMG, I'm guessing that's for VRANG. I don't think that is support Annie. It's an old school throwback. It's gonna be the Taric. Okay, that's a nice one. I actually like Taric, and I think it's a good pick.
I think I am a Taric main, and I like the Taric into the Nautilus here. Very strong lane for him. Very good position to be in. I think it's a little bit early in the draft. If SZT takes more ranged players, it could be a bit difficult for Taric to land his stuns or really deter much action. However, if SCT goes for a controlled team fighting composition with one and maybe even two other melee picks, then Taric is the main man of the day.
And I like the Victor pick too. Victor is a champion that I've played a lot in the mid lane, and I always find, especially with his very slight update coming after Arcane Season 2, not going to spoil what was updated in terms of visuals, but the ultimate is honestly really powerful once you've upgraded it. It doesn't seem like it, but the fact that you can reset, like you can extend the timer and you can grow it in size, that gets you more kills and wins more team fights. And it actually looks like we have this all backwards for the teams. So SCT is the one drafting the Kaisa. It was a production error, we're being told. So it doesn't change anything about the picks, but it does change about how we're describing these two teams. And SCT saving the top lane for the last. What are they playing into Mundo?
I'm thinking Trundle, they're going for the split push composition once again, but they do have a much stronger four-man combo with Kaisa, Annie, Taric, and Sejuani. I think it's going to be more successful than it's been in the past, but they're going to grab the Renekton. I think that's Mundo Jungle.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen that in a fat minute.
Yeah, I mean, he goes where he pleases, and it's great into Sejuani because you can just block the CC. SCT, it's gonna sound weird if anyone here doesn't play TFT, but it looks like they tried for a Crystal comp from the new set, but forgot none of those champions are Crystal in the new set. That might have been stretching that one. But what do you think of these two drafts overall?
I actually like SZT's draft a little bit better than TMG. TMG looks like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel. They've got a good control thing going with the first three picks, but something about Mundo and the Renekton together just don't seem to synergize with TMG all that well for me. The Mundo in particular, I'll call them Rex. Renekton wants to go in. Mundo plays front to back. Victor is a front to back control mage. We have dive with the Nautilus and we have dive with the Tristana. So they're going in a couple different directions here. But stat checking is absolutely something that can happen. Mundo likely going to just out sustain and out tank the damage from SCT. Some percent base damage from Trundle, some percent base damage from Sejuani, some percent base damage from Kaisa, but not necessarily a lot from either one of them, unlike somebody like Vayne, who would just rip through that HP. So if he builds enough, he can just out-sustain, giving the space Victor needs, and Tristana plays like a traditional ADC.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do as we get underway into game. I'm my major concern I feel for SCT is just late game. While you do have the Trundle, like, and you said they had the percentage damages, if Mundo just stacks health, that's gonna really be rough to get through if he's not stat, because then the Trundle, it's not really pulling many stats, and they don't really have a lot of ability to shred through a big health tank. Like, Kaisa has decent DPS and that percentage, but like, she has to stack it to get it going from the passive. It can make it a little difficult. And in Mundo, you know, he does Mundo things. He's gonna go where he pleases. He could just sit on top. Oh wait. Oh, hang on. I was confused for a moment, and I thought that was Mundo mid, and I was like, there's no way. Absolutely no way. But that would really suck for Annie because Mundo doing what he does. But no, it's not going to be. And oh, look at it. Street. It's not Street Demon. Is it? Is it called Street Demon? That was what it was.
It's called Street Demon, yeah.
Okay, that was what the set was in TFT, but sometimes they rename them, so I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, I like that Mundo skin a lot. It's very nice.
When we might be seeing some early play. Oh, it's a prediction of the invade, and they're going to collapse on the Mundo. Mundo forced to use the Ghost to try to cut out. Flash comes in for the Kaisa. Mundo going even deeper, but might be going in the territory of an execute if this continues, or perhaps the long way around.
Yeah, he's going to try to find the long way, but Mike Lacey is here. Everyone has caught him, and it's going to be first blood going to Fallen. I'm not sure why Alves went in there. That I'm just a little confused.
Typically a late invade at a certain time, most players are returning the lane or getting position in the lane because they don't think an invade's possible or likely within that small window, but they read it very well. They got the punish and already off to a great start. If SCT is going to win, it's going to be with the power of friendship and a lot of hope and a lot of prediction.
If anime has taught me anything, is that the power of friendship is OP, and Riot should nerf it if it wins this game. Just saying. OP, very OP. Any anime fan can tell you that is. Nubly on the top side, not having as easy a time this game on the Trundle into Renekton as he has had an earlier matchup. Trundle struggles a bit. Renekton, I mean, he is the default mid top laner. Every top laner is balanced around for a reason. He's just if you want to be strong, you got to beat the Renekton, and lane bully is his specialty.
Looks like Renekton's going into the jungle, trying to get some information, possibly some disruption for the Sejuani. Knows where Sejuani is now, but will be returning back to the top lane. With these top lane matchups, it's almost like a game of tug of war, knowing when it's your turn to advance and when it's your turn to not. The very first wave is a contestment, and I think Renekton's just stronger at level 1 than Trundle. Trundle needs his full kit, and by being able to win level 1, he gets the level 2 advantage because he gets the push. He pushes out Trundle, and then it becomes the turn taking back and forth as they manage over the wave. Trundle right now has the rebound and has the wave. Renekton tries to fight in that, might take additional aggro. Fortunately, though, he gets lots of heals from his Q.
Yeah, no, who's not getting a lot of heals is Valentere, as they are gonna go down. Deli gonna pick up that kill, the power of the Tristana Nautilus. And now,
Production,
we're back here. Where they want to show our surprised faces. That was where I was surprised that they got that so easily. It felt like Valentere, like he stepped forward. I feel like that was really unnecessary.
Yeah, with Taric, sometimes it seems tempting to make aggressive play, but after you burn that stun, there's nothing to deter Nautilus from coming in. So you have to hold it as a response to Nautilus. And unfortunately, they found out why. They messed around and they found out. And Tristana, Deli, Eudora was ready for that play. New fight breaking out down in the bot lane.
Yeah, Alves is here, as is Eudora, looking to get onto Mike Lacey, who is getting very low. Alves going to pick up that kill, and now the stun onto Valentere. He's going to go down again in the Feat of Warfare. I think this is I don't think they got it even last game when they got the other feats. I think this is the first time TMG has gotten that feat this series.
I thought they got it in game 1 or game 2. I could be wrong.
No, game 1 definitely went to SCT, and I thought game 2 did as well, just barely, because remember they barely secured Braum. No, that was last game. Braum barely got it for SCT, but I'm pretty sure this is all 3 games. First kills go to SCT. So I think this is a good sign though for TMG that they're finally getting it this time, that they may have cracked the code on getting these early games, which has I think been SCT's strongest point when they're in the laning phase. And Terps and Nubili are just kind of chilling.
I really like the way that Terps is playing this late. He's playing it slow. He's waiting for his stacks, his rage bar to get up to take a favorable trade, and he's not trying to fight in the opponent's minions unless he's sure that he can win. Like right here.
Like that. Yeah, like that. Nubili gets a big chunk of health taken out of him, and yeah, that's the power of the Renekton. You can if he has those rage stacks up, you can never count him out of a fight.
All right, 5 minutes into the game, the score is 1-3 in favor of TMG, currently up by 1,100 gold. This is a strong position to be in if you're looking to close out the series, a 1-3 closeout. Kind of like the score we have right now, 1-3. It's a theme.
Yeah, but it might be a 2-3 or make that 1-4 as Terps manages to slay Nubili. Might get Mike Lacey as well. He's got the ultimate. Mike Lacey is 2 levels under. He's getting so low, and it's gonna be a double kill for the Crocodile up top.
Dishing out a delicious daily double. Renekton getting the first double kill of the game. Here's the replay. We have Mike Lee coming in from the slate, trying to cut them off, but Nubili doesn't have a ultimate move. A big advantage for Renekton is that he has his ability that nobody else does. He goes for the weakest target first. If he eliminates the Trundle, which he just did, it's now a 1v1 where he has the ult active and is up by 2 levels. Very difficult position for the Sejuani.
Yeah, and where that cut off, and we jumped into that clip from you saw Cloud Drake did go over to TMG, so they managed to win across the map on the top side and in the neutral objective game on the bottom, knowing that enemy jungler is up there. So just overall, TMG is starting to kind of run away with this game a bit. Up now 2,000 gold. You've got to think this is looking good for them.
It's looking really good, and the momentum is there. Probability says that they have a higher chance of taking this away. A really fun thing is that as humans, we have very similar serotonin receptors to lobsters. And when lobsters win a fight, they get bigger, they get stronger, they get bolder, and they're more likely to win the next fight. But when they lose, they shrink, they crumble up, and they get small, and they're more likely to lose again. And you see the same behavioral pattern in players when it comes to esports. When they're on a winning spree, they want to keep playing while it's hot, and when they're on a losing spree, after 1 or 2 games, they got to stop and reset. But in a best-of-5 series like this, you cannot stop. You have to keep going. And so SZT needs to motivate, needs to rejuvenate, needs to galvanize their players in order to have a shot at taking home Game 4.
Well, as we saw right there, Nubili at least may need to put more gas on the put more pedal to the metal there, because he just kind of walked up there, tried to passively farm and like behind the turrets, and just got absolutely obliterated by Terps and Alves. I saw V-Ring also kind of coming up in that direction, so things are starting to look a little dire for SCT. The lane swaps not really working out for them so far, as on the bottom side we do see Dora go in again, and Alves on the top side. You can't really stop a like I said, it's Mundo. He goes where he pleases. You're not gonna have an easy time stopping him, though. Now with his passive down, they're gonna have a good chance at it as they do take him down. Mike Lacey gonna pick up that kill, but it will cost them the life of their top laners. Terps goes on a rampage. Now V-Ring kind of trying to run down JJ is nice, is not gonna find it, but 1-for-1 trade. I know they got the Mundo, but I still think that went out much better for TMG.
You know, I think TMG had an opportunity to take more out of that, but SCT is able to keep it a 1-for-1 trade. And one behind, trading like that isn't necessarily a bad thing. You could argue it gives more gold for the other team to close out, but it also reduces the ratio of gold that you are behind. Nice engage coming in from Mike Lee here, landing the stun onto the Victor, and Victor will be sent home packing from the SZT combination.
Yeah, just a very casual textbook yank coming out of the Sejuani, working out really well. And now Nubly is gonna be level 7, so he can maybe start to take these trades. The Trundle does have a lot of power right now. He's got his Vampiric Scepter, he's got his Tiamat, so he could actually maybe take a fight. Renekton's got a lot of gold, but I don't think he's gotten to back and use it from the last couple kills yet. So when he backs, I would not be surprised. Do you think he comes back with the full item? I guess is my first question.
Absolutely. If he is not spent yet, he goes back, he gets Black Cleaver. Very confident about that. I could be wrong, but I feel pretty confident in that. Right now, I'm looking at Trundle. Trundle has the Tiamat. Might be looking for a time to fight with Renekton right now. While he has yet to shop, this could be his opportunity for a shutdown. A massive one of that.
Yeah, but he's just going to back off there, especially after he sees the Herald go down, realizes that if he pushes any farther forward, it's probably going to be his life. And as he backs, is he going to finish his item? I just like to see if they had enough gold in their pocket to finish them. It is going to look like Trundle is not going to finish it. He's going to buy a longsword and a piece of cloth armor. I do not think that was in there before he backed. So that is what he's got. Renekton's still not backing. Terps is just trying to see how far he can push this before he needs to. I guess that's far enough. He is starting that now, and everyone's got to gather around the bottom side. This actually would be a really good time, I think, for Nubly, because he's got the teleport priority in just a couple of seconds. So if this dragon fight breaks out, he could come on down. So you got to be careful. And it is the cleaver now done and the boots. So he had more gold than I thought. I just wanted to see how much he actually would finish. And Terra gets hooked up, but Mike Lacey has found Alves here on the side. V-Rain coming on through as well. They're looking to get onto this Sejuani Mundo, going where he pleases. Kai'Sa done a dash on in with the ultimate. Teleport coming in from behind. Here comes the Trundle. V-Ring on his own is forced to flash. Trundle going to drop the pillar and block 2 of them off, but Deli uses the ultimate to blast him away and jump on out with the rocket jump. And now it's going to be SCT with the inside track on this dragon, this ocean drag. Oh, JJ is nice. He has found Alves after the hook goes wide from Eudora. And with that, it's a 5v3 right now. Oh, but here comes the teleport from Renekton coming in from behind. The hook is going to turn back onto Valentera, getting really low. He is going to go down, and now Terps is here. They're going to lose their Nautilus, but they might get a lot more after it. The stun coming out from JJ is nice. Will it be enough? It is not. He is going to go down to V-Ring. They're going to grab the Tristana on the side, but they lose Sejuani, and now Nubly getting really low, forced to flash, and the Kai'Sa is going to back off pretty safely. I think she'll get out of there pretty fine, but overall, a 2 for 3, yeah, 2 for 3 trade. No, 3 for 3, because we did watch Valentera die. So 3 for 3 overall in the extension of this fight, starting out from here with his first kill.
And he gets one. Let's start counting. We'll do the count. One. We'll see the second one go down here shortly, but they do prioritize grabbing the drag, and they're going to collapse in the bot lane here. It is a 5v3 in this scenario. Nautilus goes in, and they do get their first, so it's a 1-for-1 right here, but Nautilus then goes down, so it's 1-for-2 right here. Renekton's able to pick up the Annie here, or I think it's going to be the Victor, so it will be 2-for-2. Until I think Tristana goes down because of the Kai'Sa flash here. Could be wrong if Kai'Sa gets out of this. Or if they do, okay. So yeah, 2v3, 2 for 3 in favor of. I keep wanting to say SKT. It's SZT. It's a different letter. It gets me every time. I have to stop and hesitate. But 13 minutes into the game, the score is now 6-11 with a 2,000 gold lead in favor of TMG. SZT closing the gap a little bit. There may still be hope.
Yeah, and we're like what I was talking about earlier. This could be really rough for them if the... Actually, we'll have to wait a moment as Fallen is forced to ult. Valentera going to get stunned up by the Victor, going to get hooked by the Nautilus, and could go down, forced to burn the flash, and now the bounce house comes in for Mike Lacey, who also flashes to get away, but unlike his teammates, will not escape, and Alves is going to walk away. He's got his ultimate running, so his health will be fine, and I actually wanted to talk about that before that fight broke out. Alves is doing what I thought he would do. He's just going to stack health.
I mean, it works. I'm surprised there's so many belts. Belt is a cost-efficient item, But if you're trying to stack, if you're going for it's not the Hearthstone, it's the
Heartsteel.
Heartsteel.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a mobile game. If he got the Heartsteel, he'd be able to stack that a lot faster.
I agree. I think he would. I think it's more of that he just hasn't gotten the chance to fight, and it's just his backs have not timed well. But you can see he's getting ready to finish the Warmogs, a very common item, very standard for the Mundo. I think getting Heartsteel should have taken priority so that you can try to get those stacks. But if you're not getting a lot of hits in fights because you're getting CC'd a lot and you're just kind of getting poked down, it might be a good time. But we're seeing Mike Lacey looking for V-Rang. The ult coming out from the Taric. Maybe a little early here. I don't think they really had a lot to follow it up with. So that's just going to get burned for nothing. And now, oh, Valentera's been caught. And Terps is actually, no, it's going to be V-Rang picking up that kill. So you thought you caught the Victor, but the Victor is the one who catches you. Support goes down. And that's the call to start the Herald up for TMG.
50 minutes in the game, score is 6-13. TMG currently ahead by 3,000 gold. The gap has widened by an additional 800 there, and they have a window to grab this Herald. They can take the Herald, they can take it to one of these towers, and be very favorable for them. But Mike Lee coming from behind with the ult.
Yeah, Mike looking to get that ult onto Eudora, but his team is not there to help him out. He doesn't get the Herald, and he will lose his life in the process. A weird series of events. It was honestly looked like a good pick there. And now Deli going on to JJ is nice, but it is an Annie with the bear. Almost burns up Deli, but he'll get out just safe. And I think outside of his barrier burning, like Annie didn't burn anything. Annie didn't burn anything. It was just barrier from Deli.
Look at these are old, but that fight looked a little too big to bear for the Tristana, and she had to bail on that. 60 minutes in the game, score is 6-14, still in favor of TMG. Now, with the Herald, we could expect a fight to break out somewhere. Not only can they penetrate and destroy that tower, but the pressure generated from that may allow a continued play on a separate lane. That player will be the player to watch.
And as we see the Dragon coming up in just 20 seconds, Chem Dragon at that. Both teams starting to jockey for position. Is the vision game out of both supports, and TPs are up, so both of the carries could get here. For mid lane, V-Rang does not have TP, so he's going to have to be a little extra cautious. I have to kind of already be in position, though he is already on the bottom lane, so that's not going to be that big of an issue in rotation. And TMG clearing out the vision, but there is the inside track from SCT onto this mid turret, so they might not be able to start it up quite yet. And as I say, that Mundo begins going right onto it. So Dragon started up here, and the members of SCT decide we're going to give it up. It's only second Drake for them. We're going to get this turret. They can't recover that one. So that will fall probably right now. There we go. Trundle grabbing that. And on the bottom side, V-Rang looking to maybe get this. I feel like he could have just gotten that. Oh, you could just get one more auto, buddy. You can do it. You got the ultimate burning right there. And he does take the tower. The stun coming out from the Annie. The shield, though, is a lot. And the Victor ult, after Victor flashes, is going to be slowed. But here comes Alves, and he's just going to go where he pleases and kill JJ. So another kill over to TMG.
That was really close. If Annie got the timing right, and I think that's what Victor was concerned about, was if Annie cancels his auto attack by stunning and flashing close enough to minimize the cast time, he dies on the tower there. But SCT, very aggressive play in the center lane here, able to pick up the Tristana and pressing forward for another tower.
Yeah, they use flash and exhaust, but they do get it. I don't think they're going to be able to get this tower, though. Alves is here, and the Mundo is massive. Eudora, though, might go down here. Has forced a flash, but Fallen goes unstoppable on this Kai'Sa, quietly having a very solid game at 5-0 right now. We gotta call him out for having such a good time on this rotation. But the rest of the team has struggled, though. They are now getting a turret. They are coming back a little bit, but still down 3,000 gold right now to TMG. So they still got to dig deep.
Well, look at this play here. I think it's going to be a very good example of ZOI or Zone of Influence. We see the flash able to get onto the ADC here. Deli goes down, and Eudora now forced to back up, but wants to try to clear these waves as their teammate arrives. They feel very comfortable in doing so. The hook doesn't match, but Kai'Sa goes at maximum range with the Q and the audio tech, maintaining that space, has minions between them. Eudora now trying to walk away, but the Q still lands at maximum range, allowing them to get that pick by minimizing risks.
Yeah, very well played from SCT. They get the turret, they get 2 kills, and keep themselves alive in this game. It was starting to look a little rough there. The feats have gone over to TMG. This happened earlier, but I wanted to still call that out. I know that's something that a lot of people don't really think of, that the power of those boots can actually be, those like upgraded boots can actually be really effective. Like you don't usually want to rush them unless you like have plated or merc and you need the enhanced shield, but they're still good to have, and the bonus stats are always nice, and it just kind of amplifies the lead that TMG finds themselves in as Nubly drops the pillar, and the hook landing onto the Kaisa. The ultimate coming out from V-Ring is gonna beat the Tark ult coming down, so the fight continues on. Nubly trying to fight Alves, but he is so low. They get the hook onto Valentere, and he will fall. We also see on the side there Nubly go down to Delhi, and that is the call for the Atacan. And for SET, that's an Atacant as they get out of there.
Can we talk about that Nautilus hook? Pulled it right back into the Victor ult. Now, Victor's got a wide AoE, but by pulling them back in, it puts another couple seconds of presence in that ult, because not only are they back in there, but they have to recover the distance that it takes to get out, and it grows over time, which makes it even harder to get out of there. Beautiful play. Then they get the follow up to collapse to get 2 more, and now they've got this window here. Utilizing that Rift Herald they held on, they're going to be able to crack a very important tower and try to use it as an escape, but unfortunately, Tristana is in what could have been a perilous position.
Yeah, but now who's in a perilous position? It's Mike Lacey as he gets super low. Alves, though, not able to finish that off. The Tibbers has come down, is being commanded to charge, and is probably going to die. But yeah, good use of the Herald. And I actually want to see if we can get a check on Victor. I don't know if he has upgraded all of his abilities yet. That's when the ult starts growing. I think he may either just hit it or he hit it during that fight, because I saw I get the first kill, it didn't grow, but the follow-up kill, I think I noticed it growing. So maybe I just misread it, but I think it's there. And that was like I was saying earlier, that's the strength of Victor, is that new upgrade on the ultimate can really be a game change. Okay, we have got it confirmed. They are fully upgraded. So yeah, good call on that. It's just so powerful. The growing ultimate and the extended duration on each takedown, like that can just turn a fight so easily. People just do not respect it enough.
People are not used to working with others who are growers and not showers. It's hard to anticipate just what you're going to walk into there when the pants are down and so are the ships. Like you have to deal with it. And in that case, it was massive. It was shockingly powerful, stunning multiple people and taking them out of the game. Now, 22 minutes into the game, we are 8-19 with TMG having a very powerful lead at about 7,000 gold.
Yeah, and it's a good spot to be in. The Kaisa W does land, could ult onto the Renekton, but I don't think that's a good idea. And with 4 people top, that's the call from TMG to go for this mid inner turret. It is going to fall. The Dragon also going over to Mundo. Feels like STT's kind of given up on the neutral objective games so far this match, and Terps almost getting caught there, still dodging multiple people who were trying to stop him. It's just you can't stop the crocodile. It's just swimming in and out of these abilities, and so many resources up here, and it's just giving TMG the opportunity to come on in. He keeps going in to bait them to stay, but I don't know if they cannot finish these kills, so they're going to lose that inhibitor turret, and now the inhibitor is under siege. 23 minutes into the game, I think it's late enough that they can take it. It won't be that bad a deal. Fallen, though, going to get ulted, going to get knocked up by the Nautilus, and it will go down to the Mundo. Now Mike Lacey and them turning on to V-Ring. They will shut him down, but JJ is nice, will suffer the consequences as a result. They're continuing to fight. They're continuing to take out Mike Lacey, and it will be a double kill over to Delhi. Meanwhile, there are still people hiding up in the top lane. They haven't backed yet. The Nexus turrets are falling. SCT, what are you doing? The teleport coming in for Trundle as he's trying to get back to the base. It's in tatters. Nubly on to Alves. Alves getting super low. He's going to get shut down, but I don't know if that's enough to save the whole game. It might be, but the minions are here. The teleport is coming in. Terps says, I'm done. I'm ready to end this. The Kaisa is back up, but has no one else for another 7 seconds. But that might be enough. And oh, actually, Eudora just dies there on the side of the turret. I guess got a little bit ahead of the minions. So they're just going to take this mid inhibitor turret and back on off. But oh my goodness, it's 9,000 gold from TMG and Terps. Oh my goodness, that hold up there on the top side.
This is holding him hostage. Great play here from Eudora. He gets the hook on the Kaisa. Kaisa is immediately going to be targeted with long range abilities and sent away. Annie is able to get a revenge shutdown with her ultimate, getting multiple targets, massive burst damage, almost taking out V-Ring immediately, but has the teammates to help back that up. Unfortunately, it was not enough to stop, and a TP had to come in from Trundle. Trundle was almost able to win this fight. Did win this fight? We'll see in a second. No, he had to stop and channel the TP. He could have killed Terps, but if he took too long, the game would have been over. Very clutch decision from Nubly there.
Yeah, but it also cost him Valentina. Like Valentina, you can see he's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, 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 and just dies. They lose. It's just across the board. SCT just doesn't have it. Oh, that he just what? I don't know what's going on with that for Eudora, but Mike Lacey now, Nubly getting caught again, and Mike Lacey will be the next to fall as well. He's going to go down, a double kill going over to Terps. You've got to think that's got to be coming soon, the end of the game, but no, they're not going to go for this. Victor will be. He'll get the one to get the last of the outer turrets gone. And now it's the call, go for Baron. We want this. We want to start getting ready to end this game. We don't even want to wait for Soul. We're going to try to get it right after this. They're probably going to go. They're probably going to back, restock items, restock health. And actually, no, maybe they're not. Nautilus looks like he might, but everyone else is just pushing forward. They want this game to end.
They have a chance to do it. I mean, they could recall, but they want to leverage the pressure from the super minions in the bot lane here. They have a chance to shove mid. They have a chance to shove top. But after seeing everybody recall, it looks like the plan is to spend and wait for a better team fight, a better opportunity.
I got baited by the players. They all walk over and then decide, oh, after we're done, we're going to back. But now 11,000 gold up for the side of TMG. And oh no, Terps is not actually really caught. I thought it was, and now I'm realizing, oh wait, that Crocodile's 9-0. As Nubly is gonna fall. B-Ring going on to Mike Lacey. He's gonna pick up a double kill for himself. They will finally take down the Crocodile thanks to Fallen, but too soon, too late. B-Ring gonna get a triple kill for himself, looking for that quadra kill, gonna find the quadra. He's looking for the penta. The hook is gonna land. Will they give it to him? Will he get it? It will be a pentakill for the victor. And the game as well.
And 23-minute score is 12-31 in favor of TMG. TMG about to close out. One tower left. They have the Baron. All three Nexus are down. They take the last tower. And here they are going on to the Nexus. And 1, 2, 3. It is gone.
TMG with a massive performance. The rough game 1 has turned into some very solid play in games 2, 3, and 4. And with that, 3-1 in scoreline, they move on to the semifinals on a very solid performance from all their members. Everyone was looking so good today. That first game, little rough, but you know what? That's okay. Just getting warmed up, just feeling things out. And once they felt how SCT was going to play, they're like, cool, this is going to be a cinch. And they just run away with it. So congrats to them. And SCT, while they did lose, I want to say they did put up a very solid performance today and had some pretty big plays throughout the day.
Honestly, I think they were the favorite for the tournament too, and there are some moments I really thought it was going to go the other way around. In fact, I thought they were going to be the one that took this series in the end. In game 2, then game 3, and game 4 ended up being a little bit of a big surprise. Terps getting his vengeance on Nubly towards the later half of the series, especially in this Renekton game.
Yeah, his Renekton was looking so clean. Literally only dying at the last couple seconds of the game. But you got to do it to give your victor the ultimate. So, I mean, the pentakill. So congrats to them. They're moving on. And yeah, I don't even know what else to really say it was just really well played. They just had complete macro control of this game. We saw it with the holding on the top side, Terps holding 2 people and forcing that teleport to stop the base from falling apart. But wow, just it's, you know, this is the kind of series you like, especially these last 3 games are the things you like to see going deeper into a tournament. Moving, like seeing that in the quarterfinals, it's like, wow, that is a statement to put out ahead of you know, your next matchup.
Oh, you just show everybody that you're mentally resilient. You're not going to let the first game of disappointment dislodge you. A setback's a setup for a comeback, and they came back. They came back with a vengeance, and they took it. They took everything.
They did. They took everything in the kitchen sink with it, and now they're getting ready for the semifinals starting next week, which we already have all the teams locked in for. I don't think we have a graphic for it yet. They're still making it look nice and pretty. So I'm going to just let you guys know what we've got for our next week's matchups, because all the series are done. First, we've got TMG here, going to be facing off Elysium Yggdrasil, who 3-0'd Spearmint today. And then we've also got Elysium Solar versus XSV Rush. XSV Rush taking out IDV in 4 games, going 3-1, and Elysium Solar, like their sister team, winning in 3-0 over Dorado Gaming Omega. So these are some exciting matches coming up, and we still have 2 sister teams in the running to make the final.
That's kind of crazy. It would be a really strong organization. I'm not too familiar with who they are, but might be an organization to find out. If you're a player out there looking for a team, looking for an organization, somebody having 2 teams in the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, semifinals. In the semifinals is a great indication of something working over there. Go figure it out. Look what you can learn. Apply it. Grow. Get better. Profit.
Like looking at that and kind of going away from this series a bit, looking at the league as a whole, we've had a lot of sister teams this year. And even in these playoffs, both Dorados, 2 ID teams, 2 Elysium teams, one of the Syndicate teams, one of the XSV teams. There's a lot of, also of course, Elysium. We've had a lot, and Omega as well. Like there's just been a lot of teams, if that makes sense, multi-roster teams. And it's really exciting to see how all of these develop and which one is stronger and which ones go the distance. But it just makes it more exciting. You just get more and more hyped. And especially for True Mind Gaming, you know, if they beat Elysium Yggdrasil and Solar Mix at the end, you have to beat both Elysiums to make it through the fight to win it all. Or, you know, it could also be XSV Rush, which, you know, then you got to take out the top dog of that group. So I think it's interesting but also True Mind Gaming, the last team without a sister team, still in the playoff hunt, still in the hunt for the title. I think that's even more impressive. They have 1 roster and they've made it this far.
Well, if you have a good roster, 1 roster is all you need.
That's true. That is very true. And what I've seen of this roster so far, I don't think you need another. It's looking solid, but we'll have to see how they do next week. Is there anything you still want to say about this series or the playoffs as a whole, Malice?
Yes, there's one more thing before we get to close. I want to know if we have any ad reads coming up, but I'm going to assume that we don't. I want to do a recap of all the lessons. I want to do a recap of all the lessons that we have learned. And there's one particular lesson that we have learned. And what's chat, that? if you know this lesson, please say it with me. Jarvan belongs in the jungle. I just have to hammer it back. It's why they won the game. They had that energy. They had the J-Dog, and they kept it raw, and they engaged and went in. They dominated. That's what you got to do. And that's what they did. They kept them in the jungle. They succeeded, and they kept that energy all the way through. Very proud of them. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming by to Titan Esports quarterfinal match of the playoff, SZT versus TMG. Put a round of applause for our victors, and we will see you in the next episode or next week, or we'll see you next time.
On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Now 11,000 gold up for the side of TMG, and oh no, Terps is actually really caught. I thought it was, and now I realize, oh wait, that Crocodile's 9-0. Whereas Newbly is gonna fall. B-Ring going on to Mike. Lacey is gonna pick up a double kill for himself. They will finally take down the Crocodile, thanks to Fallen, but too soon, too late. B-Ring gonna get a triple kill for himself, looking for that quadra kill. Gonna find the quadra. He's looking for the penta. The hook is gonna land. Will they give it to him? Will he get it? It will be a pentakill for the victor. And the game as well.
That 23-minute score is 12-31 in favor of TMG. TMG about to close out. One tower left. They have the Baron. All three Nexus are down. They take the last tower. And here they are going on to the Nexus. And 1, 2, 3.
Dora go in again. Alves on the top side. Can't really stop it. Like I said, it's Mundo. He goes where he pleases. You're not going to have a easy time stopping him, though. Now just pass him down. They're going to have a good chance at it as they do take him down. Mike Lacey going to pick up that kill, but it will cost them the life of their top players. Terps goes on a rampage. Now B-Ring kind of trying to run 3 overall in the extension of this fight. Starting out from here with the first kill.
And they do get their first, so it's a 1-for-1 right here, but Nautilus then goes down, so it's 1-for-2 right here. Manecta's able to pick up the ante here, or I think it's going to be the victor, so it will be 2-for-2 until I think Tristana goes down because of the Kaisa flash here. Could be wrong if Kaisa gets out of this, or if they do, okay, so yeah, 2-for-3 in favor of...
We want to show our surprised faces. That was... I was surprised that they got that so easily. It felt like Valentier, like he stepped forward. I feel like that was really unnecessary.
Reduces the ratio of nice engage comes from Mikey here, sending this one onto the Victor, and Victor the series a 1-3. I like the score we have right now, 1-3. Let's see.
Yeah, but it might be a 2-3 or make that 1-4. Terps managed to slay Newbly. Might get Mike Lacey as well. He's got the ultimate. Mike Lacey is 2 levels under. He's getting so low, and it's gonna be a double.
It's going to be a very good example of zero wires on Ventress. We see the flash able to get onto the ADC here. Nelly goes down, and Laura now forced back up. But once they try to clear these waves as their teammates arrive, they feel very comfortable in doing so. The push doesn't match, but Kaisa goes at maximum range with the Q and the audio attack, maintaining that space, has minions between them. Eudora now trying to walk away, but the Q still lands at maximum range.
Now 11,000 gold up for the side of TMG, and oh no, Terps is actually really hot. I thought it was, and now I'm realizing, oh wait, that Crocodile's 9-0.